2021, Rethink to React. And I think you already made one good choice today by tuning into today's panel discussions on the future of our economy, our society, and most importantly, our planet. I, for my side, I'm Valentin, I'm 30 years old, I'm from Germany and member of the German Bundestag. I will moderate today's panels and I'm very delighted to welcome you here in the Lokremise in St. Gallen, but also at home. Today we have a variety of different topics we want to discuss about. We want to see what are the big threats for our planet. We also want to see how we can tackle them and if there is one way that we should prioritize maybe in order to get the planet back to its regular state again. With me, I have brought several great guests today that will bring their expertise and their inputs, their views to the table. And for the first panel this morning, we will focus on the climate catastrophes itself. So on the one hand, what's the impact of the changes that are coming to us and how can we prevent it? Or if it's also a question, whether we can still prevent it. Here in St. Gallen, I have two guests today, but we are not complete without our two guests here also online. In the following, we will have a quick introduction of them so you know who they are. And in the following, we will then have a very clear discussion about their views and what they think is important to do so. On my right, we have Alexandra Gavigliano. Alexandra, you are environmental scientist at Greenpeace in Switzerland. And I read that you focus on system change, so also on democratic decision making, but it says also on personal and collective deep adaptation. Could you please explain what this is in your opinion and also what you think is the pressing issue in terms of combating global warming?
Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot for inviting me to be here. Yes, so I work for Greenpeace Switzerland as a project lead on agriculture and climate. I'm an environmental scientist from study, but I'm also part of Collaboratio Helvetica, which works on social transformation. And having worked and being active since 15 years, so I'm 32, I'm not that young anymore, but still quite young, I would say. I realized that we have on the one side this huge crisis, which is on the one hand climate, but obviously as well mass extinction is also where we're heading towards, plus social injustices around the world on all different scales. So what I realized is if we really want to transform, we do not just need to push on the outer side for the crisis, but we all need to be ready to also adapt to it. So we need to be able to just also go beyond our personal comfort zone, to go beyond our understanding as nation, our role as society, for example, the Swiss society or the Western Europe society, and also as what do we as species want to be on this planet? What should our role be as species? So this is just a part that I have been reflecting a lot, and I'm talking about it more and more and as much as I can because I think these are the two challenges that we have, the outer and the inner transformation that is needed.
You already brought an important topic to the table, and that's we are not only talking about the level of CO2 in the atmosphere, we are talking about the consequences not only on a basis of the weather and the climate, but also on a basis of social injustices. Was this one of the pressing issues that you think were important for you to start fighting for this?
Well, yes, I'm Swiss-Peruvian, so my father worked at the ETH over 20 years in physics and was grown up very poor. So I, with 7 years, when I was in Peru, moved to Peru, obviously I saw how my family is very poor, and I actually started my activities with 14 against gold mining and Swiss multinationals, which I guess those being Swiss know who I'm talking of. So this is kind of how I started to get active, to get more engaged. And I think I've been doing things on all levels. In Switzerland, we have the initiatives, the petitions, the demos, etc., on political level to go forward, but also in activism, in divestment activities into fossil fuel financing. So I actually changed from science 6 years after my master thesis, from sustainable land management research to Greenpeace, to really dedicate all of my lifetime to kind of fight for the change and yeah, because we already have a lot of knowledge and knowledge that is updated. So yes, it's kind of seeing this problem on a wider space, and especially also realizing that, seeing also the feminist strike growing in Switzerland and around the world as well, that we all are fighting against symptoms of a sick system. And we're kind of all focusing on our topics, so even the environmental movements do have difficulties to work with the anti-racist movement and the feminist movement, for example, so that's things we have to overcome, and then look back and see what is at the root cause of it, and it's exploitation. It's the wanting of having more, because we feel that having more is something we need, that gives us an importance, we identify through that. So this is kind of where I see my role, where I like to build bridges, and I like to invite everyone to envision a new future, a new way that we can live and kind of go to tackle all these issues. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. I'm very interested in what you also bring to the table later on in the discussion. Before we do that, Marlene, you also started at a very young age with your activism. You are studying in Vienna, but you also are one of the main founders of Fridays for Futures in Graz. Could you explain us what brought you there, and also what your impression was in the beginning of Fridays for Future? How was public response to you, and did it change over time?
Yes, definitely. So first of all, I would also like to thank you for inviting me, and also thanks to the audience for showing up at 9 a.m. in the morning on Saturday. Yeah, so as you already said, 2.5 years ago when I was 17 was kind of my waking point. I realized that we don't have enough time to treat our crisis, our climate crisis, as like a minor problem. And the reason for that was definitely Greta Thunberg, like a young girl, so relatable for me, only 2 years younger than me. And I just loved her remorseless dedication. She was going to the street every week, and it was the first time that I thought to myself, oh my God, such a young girl can do that. Like, why don't we have this here in Graz as well? Why don't we talk about this here enough? And because nobody else was doing it, I thought to myself, well, I need to do it. And that's how I started it. And naive as I was, I just posted an Instagram story saying like, hey, who would like to join my climate strike? And who would like to be part? And surprisingly, there were so many people who wanted to join. It was like people were waiting for this. 2 students just texted me right away, like, we have to meet, and that's how it started. We met day after day, like week after week, just planning this first strike. And I think once you started, and like once you start to learn about the climate crisis and also like organize yourself and get active, it's really hard to unlearn what you learned about it. It's really hard to like take a step back and be like, yeah, that's not my problem anymore, because it is. And yeah, we grew from week to week, and we learned a lot from each other, and also from great scientists and also like other institutions that also are very active. And yeah.
You said that also the scientific evidence, which is of course pretty clear on climate change, is something that was the basis for your involvement as well. When you are on the streets and educating people, do you have the impression that you are mainly targeting a young audience, or do these, let's say, hard evidence of climate change also get a grip on the elder generation?
I think what brought me on the street and what also many people got involved in climate action is not only hard facts, but more like also like the emotional side of it. Because like I think there are the scientists and they're like us young people and we try to be the bridge between like scientific proof and also human emotions. Like, why do we need to do this? And I think that's what we try to do as Fridays for Future. And I think what we try to fight the most is this lack of self-awareness that we had in 2019, in 2018, and like even today. And I think it was crazy back then because I always thought to myself, like, I read about it in school, we sometimes talked about it in the family, but it was never such a big deal because I always thought, like, if this is such a huge crisis, as like some scientists say, why don't we always talk about it? And I think that was our mistake. And I think that's what we try to challenge as Fridays for Future. And I think we did well, but not enough because like emissions are still rising, so we're still here.
All right, and I think you will be here for quite some time as well, not only in Switzerland and in Austria, also in Germany and all parts of the world. With that input on science, we are going to our guests from abroad, and the first person I'd like to welcome is Dr. Andrea Hinwood. Andrea, you are Chief Scientist at UNEP, the United Nations Environmental Program, and you're focusing on the impact on human health. Before we start on that, could you tell us where we are reaching you now? Am I right? You're in Australia at the moment.
No, actually, I've just relocated to Nairobi from Australia. So I'm at the UNEP headquarters here in Nairobi.
That's very interesting. And then the warmest regards to Kenya in this case. Andrea, you did quite some research for the United Nations on environmental issues already in the past. Could you please elaborate a bit on the big challenges you have already faced on your way in your career? And also, what do you take out of these previous experiences for the next big challenge for the climate crisis?
Yeah, so we're clearly in a very interesting space. So for my whole career, I've largely been working in what I call the brown side of the business, looking at pollution and waste and how we actually can prevent those issues. But the climate crisis is also partly to do with how we manage the environment generally in terms of what we do to ecosystems, the pollution and waste that we continue to put out into the environment. And so from UNEP's point of view and mine, we're actually trying to look at integrated issues, because whatever we do in terms of producing a whole range of chemicals or, the fossil fuel sector we already know, but also in terms of changes to ecosystems, which are also impacting on those who are most vulnerable, they all increase our climate change risk. So I'm very passionate about how we address the integrated nature of the issues we face and taking it from the local to the global, and to take the global issues to the local. And I'm of the view at this point, we actually have the solutions. I don't see this as something that we can't tackle. I actually see this as something that we can tackle.
So if you say that we can tackle it, what do you think is the main obstacle why we still don't do so?
Well, there are, and actually your previous speakers alluded to it. So, we have economic systems in place and the way the world works, and we certainly have to transition our economic systems. But we also need, and particularly, I guess, the focus that we have at UNEP is those that are contributing the most to climate change need to take really early, urgent action now. So what we're advocating for, and I have had the opportunity to talk to industries about this, they are aware and they are starting to look at what they can do. And they've said, what do we do? They do everything they can to make sure their current activities are as efficient as possible while they actually transition to no carbon, renewable type energy sources for the future. And it's about that we give ourselves time to actually get to a point where we not only meet the targets that we've set out so that we do not increase our temperature by more than 1.5 degrees. I know Hans is coming next and he's going to say some things, but I'm still optimistic that if we really take this urgent action now, that the really big hitters in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, and that we also look at sectoral change, i.e. environmental management, where we deal with our food systems, where we deal with different ways of assessing the economy, i.e. natural capital, I actually believe that we can actually move this.
Thanks a lot for this also rather optimistic outlook, and I really hope that we can tackle this. And you already made a small teaser for our last guest. It's Hans-Otto Pförtner from Alfred Wegener Institute. So I think we reach you in Germany. Welcome here to Oikos conference in St. Gallen. As Andrea already said, you're a big advocate of the 1.5 degree target, and you are advocating for quite some radical change to achieve that. You're IPCC report lead author, and in the IPCC you were focusing on working group 2, also working on the impacts and the vulnerability of the ecosystems. Hans, could you please give us, first of all, a quick introduction of your working group, but also tell us a bit more about the status quo in general. What did IPCC find out, and what's the scientific basis on which we are now working to find solutions in order to combat climate change?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Valentin, and good morning, everybody, and my admiration to those organizing a conference on a Saturday, starting quite early. Even 9 o'clock is an early time. Thanks a lot for having me, and I'm joining you as co-chair IPCC Working Group 2, and as you said, focusing on issues like impacts of climate change and possibilities to adapt, also looking into the future, the development of risks. And I've been joining the IPCC as an ocean scientist, as a marine biologist, but also animal physiologist, looking at how the animal body, and that in a way includes us as well, responds to the changes in climate and the climate factors like warming, and in the ocean it's also the increase in CO2 causing ocean acidification and the loss in oxygen in ocean waters, and all of this together impacting organisms and ecosystems. But joining Working Group 2, you and the IPCC especially, you widen your blinkers and you really look into issues from a more systemic point of view, and try to bring nature and human interests and society together. No, it's very clear that we are living in a time where the climate is warming, and every bit of warming matters, as we've said in the 1.5 report. And the warming, and that has been just confirmed by the recent release of the Working Group 1 report, which is the climate physics report. There's close to 100% certainty that all of the climate change of the last 150 years is caused by human activity. There's full responsibility, but this has the good news: if we do something about emissions, we can keep climate change under control. But there is a real urgency, because if we don't do it soon, systems will run out of control. There will be runaway processes as we surpass tipping points. Concerning the cryosphere, we still have 65 meters of sea level rise as a reserve. If we melt the ice sheets and glaciers of the planet, and by burning all fossil fuels, we would be able to do so. And climate change is causing sea level rise, has done so in the past, and is accelerating in doing so. At the same time, we see extremes changing, the intensity of extreme events rising. We see heat waves, we see droughts, we see floods, and from excess precipitation, but also from storm events at coastlines. And these events hit us sometimes in unexpected places, like we have seen most recently in Germany with the flooding events that we had in the river systems. So and all of these events sort of hit us in places where we are not prepared. We are not adapted, and we have, and that's certainly a general situation that concerns many systems where we have a huge adaptation gap. So we are not prepared to take those flooding events, the extreme heat in the cities. We are not prepared where in cities we have these heat islands where these events become especially extremes. We have with each heat wave. Also in Europe, we have thousands of deaths, and many of these and most of these are completely unnecessary if we would be better prepared with our health systems. And as we've heard from Alexandra, in more general terms, we need to undergo transformation, and that concerns many systems in our society, not only the health system, but also economy, industry, transport. We need to think about how we are doing things, and we need to conserve and protect our natural resources rather than continuing to exploit them. Which brings me to one important point where in the summer of this year, in June, we have released the first report that emerged from a joint collaboration of IPBES, which is the Biodiversity Intergovernmental Panel, and IPCC, our intergovernmental panel. And in that joint report, we have clearly said that we can solve the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis only together, because they are interdependent systems. We are relying on natural ecosystems for helping us to stabilize the climate towards mid-century. At the same time, we are already seeing policymakers abusing the idea of natural ecosystem helping us to stabilize the climate by counting the carbon that these ecosystems may store, and thereby reducing their ambition in emissions reduction. This is a no-go, and I can only ask you to help us bring this argument into the public and into the policy arena, that the ambition to reduce emissions is the highest and most important priority, and we have to do this as fast as possible and to the utmost degree possible, so that we keep to the pathways that keep global warming to 1.5 degrees. Because as I said, every bit of global warming matters. With every bit of global warming, we see a changing world. We will not be able, and I'm sorry to come back to this, Valentin, with climate warming, we will not be simply be able to return to a world as we had it, but we should certainly make an effort to keep as much of the world as we know it, and for that we need to change our way of life. We need to protect and restore ecosystems, and we need to push for a healthy planet, and that will also allow humans to lead a healthy life on this planet. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for this first input, Hans. You already said it. The first emission should be, and that's what science tells us all along, to reduce emissions as much and as fast as possible. At least my personal experience from the last few weeks, when we also had the election in Germany, is that still on the street there's really much debate on how to, on whether to reduce emissions. There are, from my personal experience, still much too many people who still think that we have time to do so. We don't have. But if we agree on a scientific basis that we need to come down with emission levels, then we come to the next question, and I think that's the much more difficult one to answer, and that's how to reduce them. And we have a bunch of different varieties how we could do that. We can tackle mobility. We could also tackle how governments interact with each other, whether they work on a national basis or rather on a global basis. We can talk about yeah, things in agriculture, etc., which have an impact on climate. So for the first round here in this discussion, I would like to have a very quick statement from all of you. What you think is the most important topic, what we have to tackle first in order to have the maximum result. So let's just change the order now, and I will jump back to you, Hans. What do you think is the first thing that policymakers, that also decision makers in the economy and society should tackle now in order to combat climate crisis?
Yeah, thanks, Valentin. Very, very clearly, and we have said that already in 2018 in the 1.5 report, the bottleneck in moving fast is political will. We need to develop a strong political will, building on insight, respecting the scientific results. And there is a deficiency in all of this, starting from understanding the foundation for a healthy life on this planet is deficient among many policymakers, certainly also among people in society. This causes inertia. So we have still huge subsidies in the exploitation of fossil fuels. We've just seen the production gap report by UNEP, where the production of fossil fuels in terms of its rate is unchanged. It's actually creeping up, whereas it should be going down and follow the pathways of the 1.5 report. So overcoming the obstacles and accelerating the transformation is crucial, is key in being successful. We have all the instruments available to us. We didn't implement them at scale, and that is the next step then. But building the political will, we see some of this currently in the negotiations, in the coalition negotiations in Germany, but we are already seeing compromises creeping in that are watering down the effort.
You have the unique chance to give me one specific task up to my travel to Berlin, which will be tomorrow for the coalition task. What is the one thing that you would say, shall I tell my colleagues there in order to have a good contract for the climate?
Well, I think the CO2 price is a good idea. It needs to be high enough to make a change. We need certainly societal compensation for this, and we need divestment, and we need a reduction of subsidies for exploiting fossil fuels very, very clearly. And certainly wherever we can, we need to reduce the use of fossil fuels. So there is not the one item that we can address first. We need to work at various fronts, and that is a very difficult message for policy. When we talk about transformation, it's not some incremental effort in some context. It is an effort at many fronts, but we need to identify in the different systems the key levers that are causing a change. For economy, it's the CO2 price. For the health system, it's improving, for example, protecting people from heat when they are in hospital. That's something, and improving on the services to people. For transport, it is, and that has already happened. It's pushing for the removal of fossil fuels, for pushing for renewables. For energy, it's pushing for the very rapid installation of renewable energy systems. That was the biggest mistake of the past, that this has been slowed so much. Once we would have an excess of renewable energies available to us, we can solve so many issues, and we wouldn't have been forced, for example, to go into a direction where we went all electric vehicles. If we would have synthetic fuels based on an excess of renewable energy, we could also use established technology. We need synthetic fuel in shipping and air traffic in order to reduce emissions there, because CO2 emissions at high altitude are are more critical than the ones at sea level. And all of these things need to accelerate, and that's the biggest challenge. We live in the most critical decade in climate policy.
That's a frustratingly broad task you gave me there, but exactly the one I also expected, and I'm at least confident that some or hopefully most of these aspects can be addressed as well in Germany. Andrea, what do you think? Has been talking about many levers we can use to reduce CO2 emissions. If there's one lever that you would move first, what's the one that you think could make the most impact?
It's almost impossible to pick one, but I'm going to go with, I really think countries need to implement their nationally determined contributions under the Paris agreements, and then they need to tighten them. So at the moment, everyone's set a target for 2050 that they're going to reduce emissions by X amount. What they actually need to do is to bring that time frame back to 2030, and then they need to implement what they can do within that time frame. So it's a recognition that they need to implement what they've committed to, but they actually need to tighten it. And then I would say that there are other things that can be done very rapidly, like methane. So the oil and gas industry, they have the solutions available to them. They can actually cut their emissions of methane very rapidly. And again, then in terms of the other sources in agriculture and waste, etc., we can deal with it there. No more coal. It's quite straightforward as a policy position. No more coal mines. And then, as Hans said, with the fossil fuel sector, is in terms of dealing with the subsidies. But I also think we need to be working with our industries so that they also can take on the mantle, and all of us to actually contribute to that language that says, this is everyone's planet. So we need to make sure that we engage with everybody in terms of all the things we do. So I hope that helps.
I'm personally very glad that we have some kind of consensus on the Paris Agreement again after the US returned to the table. But you already mentioned one big problem. The target is 2050. And for many policymakers, in my personal opinion, this means that we do not have to start until 2035 until we do something, because then we still have 15 years until 2050. Of course, that's not how it works, but still, this is something that many policymakers retract to. You said you would go out of coal first. Still, we see in many emerging countries like China and India, but also in very advanced economies like Australia, new coal plants being planned. Do you think there can be a way how we can also make these countries who really trust in fossil fuel and fossil energy consumption, that there could be another way? Should there be some kind of global system? And if there should be a global system that discourages coal use, how can this be implemented in your opinion?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question. And I think global pressure on that perspective is required. But I also think that the alternatives need to be promoted. And I think sometimes the problem is that, people are going, oh, we need energy, so we've got to use this particular source that's available because it's easy. We know what the technology is. And I think maybe it's time now to start promoting the solutions and the economic benefits of moving to alternative technologies. And so I think that if from a global point of view, that we can start to apply pressure in that sense. And, coal has so many other disbenefits. And I think the other thing from UNEP's point of view is we need to start looking at the co-benefits of the actions we take, or the other, the problems associated with pollution and waste and biodiversity by retaining some of these old technologies. So again, I'm looking to this fabulous young audience to actually help apply the pressure that's needed to actually shift the needle in this regard.
Thanks a lot, Andrea. Marlene, in your opinion, do you agree with what Andreas said, and what do you think could be alternatives be to the coal industry?
I think it's a very funny panel discussion, first of all, because I can only 100% agree with everything that's been said today. I think, as well, time is our biggest enemy, and of course we need to get out of coal and gas and all fossil fuels. I think you talked enough about it, like I can only agree. And what I also wanted to say is that I think it's very, very dangerous for us to pretend that there aren't certain people that benefit from the status quo, that benefit from us staying exactly the same as we are today. And I see this so many times, like people asking me or like telling each other, like, if you use a plastic bag, like that's the most dangerous thing you can do. Like, don't use a plastic bag and our world is fixed and everything is perfect. I think that itself is a strategy to keep us from actually having the real discussion. And I think it's mislocating our discourse about this. And I think that's very dangerous. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed more.
Do you have some real life experience you want to share with us where you had the impression that someone really benefited from the status quo and therefore said we don't want to change at all? Or even worse, that they say we do want to change but actually they don't?
I think people themselves, like every time we're afraid of change. And I think that's very human and natural. But we also need to understand that like if we don't change, everything changes. So like the best strategy is to change ourselves so the change is not as hard, if that makes sense. And I've had many experiences with people that just are afraid of losing some of their power and losing maybe some of their financial interests in many situations. And I've also had many experience with people that, like politicians coming to us, and instead of talking with us about the solutions and what we can do, they just ask me, like, but where did you go last summer? Did you take the airplane? And I'm like, that's not why I'm here. That's not what we have to discuss. Like, it's not about me using a plastic bag or not. I think, of course, we need to live the change that we want to see, and I try my very best. But I think we need to talk more about the people that work in the fossil industry, the politicians that do everything to keep their power and to not change anything. And also, like, many people in the economy that just want to stay to the status quo and never change anything, apparently not seeing what this leads us to, what crisis.
You are talking about people, especially in the fossil industry. If I look at the fossil industry themselves, many of them now change their company's mission back from being a supplier of fossil fuels to a supplier of energy. I see gas stations getting transformed with electric chargers, and I see projects about fossil fuels being replaced by fuels out of algae. Do you believe them, or do you think it's kind of a greenwashing to keep them in power as they are at the moment?
I think the experts are here about what is perfectly efficient and what is not. But I do think that a lot of it is greenwashing, and a lot of it is like keeping to make promises that are never actually happening. And I don't think it's very useful to keep saying like in 2030 we will do this, and in 2040 we're maybe gonna do this, because what we are asking as Fridays for Future is to keep to the Paris Agreement, and that's what every state that is in the Paris Agreement, they promise to do it, and they are not. So I'm very doubtful about fossil fuel companies making green promises, because after all, they're a fossil fuel company and they need to go. That's all I have to say.
All right. Very clear words. Last but not least, what's, in your opinion, your most important issue? What's the one policy reform, but also the societal change you would like to see first in order to keep the Paris Agreement?
Yeah, well, I mean, I just want to add, first of all, I mean, I also agree with these points, and I think one thing that you urged as well is to make people, from politics to individuals, understand how bad it actually is. And I think the report from the Working Group 1 is doing a first step, and I think the work that's now being done around it helps to people to better understand, but still, it seems like a faraway scenario. So people don't really relate. Like the Swiss TV station, for example, yes, they talk more about climate, but then you have a documentary where a scientist says then 20 minutes long, yeah, well, it will get 1.5 degrees in a few years, and people don't understand what it actually really means. Even though we have floodings, even though we have no vegetables, for example, or a very reduced amount of vegetables that is produced in Switzerland, etc. So I think the very first point is really that we have to make people on all levels understand how bad it is, and that we can act, and not just disentangle it of it could be an ideology and you either believe it or not. And I always speak about this as well as seeing as activists. The people see like, are you the activists? And they don't understand that we are all and should all be activists, because as you said, we anyway will have to change. We anyway will have to move out of our comfort zone. Either it is because we get a social, just, and sustainable transition, and we will have a more beautiful life maybe even, or it gets worse, but change we will anyway have to do, and I think that's what people don't understand. From another perspective on what needs to be done additionally, obviously I will just give another perspective because I also agree with what we've heard, but check our consumptions, check our privileges. Because a lot of people here still argue, no, but meat, and why should not the other people and the indigenous people also eat meat? Just excluding the fact that a lot of, for example, indigenous communities have a deeply other relationship with their consumption habits on the one side, and it's not on us white people to tell them what they should eat, but we should actually look, what do we eat? Is my Swiss chicken not actually eating soy from the Amazon? Yes, it is. McDonald's, Burger King, yes, they are. Based on that, even though the product seems, and it's also kind of a greenwashing, a better product than the chicken directly coming from Brazil. So this is the one side where we really have to be aware what it means. Also that a lot of the aluminium products in your electric car or your e-bike or your cell phone comes quite probably, even though if produced sustainable in Europe, quite probably the aluminium has been pressed in a coal energized production area in China. And also there we just have to be aware that it's not just transitioning, but we need a degrowth, especially from Western Europe, from the US, from, let's say, the industrialized countries that urge for more and more. We cannot just replace it and go the same way. We just need to have less as well. And to not feel that having less is something that is taken away. I would guess that most of us, and also those at home, could actually think of an experience where they didn't have their phone or their money or their credit card, and they had a beautiful moment. They had an experience of that it doesn't need to have things, material things, so you feel good. Life is something else, and I think that's where we have to come back again. And of course, on an international level, it's quite obvious. I mean, we have like the big players, like the players of the OPEC countries, or also, Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, who, is basically doing something where even Switzerland is not opposing very obviously against it. We have these players that have their important role where, for example, Jair Bolsonaro has now he has been accused for ecocide, which is the destruction of the environmental ecosystem and the basis for us and other life forms. And this is one thing where we all, as citizens of the earth, should pledge that ecocide should be illegal on international level. Polly Higgins, who has passed away in 2019, has been advocating for that since decades. And I think the understanding now that if we make ecocide illegal, basically everything that is leading to mass extinction, that is leading to the climate crisis, can be somehow tackled on a, let's say, on a legal level. And I think that's something we need, but it's also something we're afraid, because we say, we want to keep the sovereignty of the states. And I think there is also where we need to just talk about us as one species. What are we doing to this planet as this one species out of billions? And to really regain a new understanding of what it means to be a human in this time, on this planet, in this huge, huge universe we're in. And the other part is to acknowledge the role of our own countries. Like Switzerland, obviously, the Rise Up for Change, which was happening this summer, I think tried to show clearly the role of our banks, and also the role of our imports, and the financed emissions, for example, in the agricultural sector, that all of our countries are also supporting, and we're not talking about it. So even the Swiss government neglects at some part to say, to include all emissions by the finance place and the imports. It could be feed import or it can be product import. And I think there we really need to acknowledge that our role is way bigger. In Switzerland, ETH's professor has calculated it. It says Switzerland, with all its emissions and financed emissions, we will be on number 9 of the world emitters. And I mean, that's crazy. We're such a small country. So it's really also acknowledging that, pushing that our politicians have to include that, have to align their NDCs and implement them, as Mrs. Hinwood also said, to this real and true context, and not just what we really emit with our cement industry, for example, within Switzerland. So I had obviously more than one point, but I think these are the different levels that we also have to, it's a lot about acknowledging, including, and not just looking at the part that maybe media just makes us look at, but actually be courageous enough to always again look at the whole thing and make our politicians to also have to look and tackle the whole thing.
You definitely had more than one point, but you had one that I find particularly interesting. As policymaker, I think it's rather easy to say we want to go out of coal. It's difficult enough, of course. We need to see how we can replace it, how to make the electric grid stable for that. But that's something makers can decide. You are advocating for some more difficult thing, for societal change. You say the people need to consume less, they have to change their habits. Do you think this can be done in a democratic society? How can you change the habits of people without forcing them, or do you think forcing is something that needs to be done?
Well, speaking now from a Swiss view, what I often say to politicians is, yes, we most have direct democracy, one of the world. It is great. Unfortunately, we were kind of too lazy and too shy to really use them 30, 40 years ago, because then we wouldn't be here. Because we could have slowly kind of phased out meat and dairy consumption or reduced it drastically. We could have phased out fossil fuels and transformed the finance place, but we didn't. So no, the democratic system, even in Switzerland, where we can vote 4 times a year on certain policies, we will not be able to react. It's too static. So I personally advocate for a more participatory democracy model. We need an emergency state. We need an emergency state as we saw with COVID, which in Switzerland the parliament had to vote on. And we also need to talk about prohibitions, because in Switzerland at least, almost no environmental initiative has been passed through, because often there is the counter lobby that is way too strong, which is fossil and agrarian sector mostly, but also Economie Suisse, for example. They have not been interested and have been able to lobby way further, and that's why also frame the narrative in media and for civil society. So yes, I would say for now, we are not able in a democratic system to change it, but there are other democratic tools, like citizen assemblies or other approaches that could help to find a solution within a few months, which would be a consensus for the society to go forward. But with FCKW, we saw it as well. It was possible with a global effort to tackle something, to phase it out entirely because it was harassing our planet. So I think because it's so complex, we're afraid to do it, but we're also kind of very comfortable already that we also just prefer not to do it.
As a German, I'm pretty, I envy you for being able to vote 4 times a year. I usually do it once every 4 years. On the other hand, I make personal decisions on my own every day. One thing with FCKW is it was in a limited amount of products, in some spray cans, in fridges, etc. But if we're talking about a climate crisis, CO2, methane, etc., then we are talking about decisions we are making every day when we are buying things. Marlene, in your opinion, can people change their habits, or how would you overcome their previous habits when they, for example, make decisions on what they buy, which car they get? Do you think we can change that? And is the message that we need to step down and we need to consume less something that, in your opinion, is a message that is attractive to the broad public?
Yes, as Professor Kolmar, who talked here yesterday, said yesterday, I think it was very inspiring. He said, choose your habits wisely. I think we as humans, we live only about habits, and everything is a habit that we do. And I think we can all change if we want to. The problem that I see today is that it's still quite hard to live a sustainable life. It's hard to buy the right stuff if you don't have enough money or enough time to read about it. Also, if we go to the supermarket, I don't know what is better. Is the cucumber better if it's like in plastic? Is it better if it's from Austria? What is better? We really don't know about it. And I think it would be very, very crucial to have a very transparent and open system for everybody to actually see what the costs are behind the products that we buy. And I think we always keep saying, yeah, consumers, I mean, they should take the right decision. Yes, I think we could if we had all the information, which we, in our society, we don't. And of course, it's also a lot about taking less and buying less. And I think we need political regulations as well. We need to know where stuff comes from, and also we need to know that stuff that is very bad for our environment and also for our future must be more expensive. And that may be triggering for some people, but also it will help us a lot. And I think that's necessary.
I think the price could be a very important, and in my opinion, my personal one, the most important indicator in this case. But if you say you want to have a transparent system that shows you the environmental impact of a product you buy, how do you expect it to be? Is it enough for you to see that something that's bad for the environment is more expensive, or do you want to really see the emissions that a particular product, let it be that cucumber, has produced in its cycle?
I'm not sure I can give a clear answer on that. I don't have a perfect picture in my head how it could work. But I think it would be very useful that on the price, we can see, like, for example, how the price, what it consists of as well. How much the farmer gets, how much we have to pay because it's been traveling such a long way and it's very better for our environment. And I think there might be quite good ideas already on how to address that. But I personally think as consumers we can only take good decisions if we have all the information, and I don't think we have that at the moment.
Mm-hmm. I think the price could be such a way.
Yeah.
We also had an issue earlier with Andrea and with Hans with the CO2 pricing, be it through a tax or be it through a cap and trade system. That brings me to one important point. Back from the individual level, the decision maker at the supermarket checkout, back to the policymakers on a broader level. Andrea, you are active at UNEP for quite some time already. What's, in your opinion, the most important way how governments can agree with each other on ways how to give CO2 or other greenhouse gases a price? Is there something that needs to be done in order to make sure that we don't have this kind of carbon leakage where some countries have very strict CO2 regulation, others don't have? What's, in your opinion, important to implement such a system globally?
Yeah, unfortunately, to implement that system globally is they need to agree. They need to actually get the policy settings right, and they need to agree at where that price is. But they also need to engage the industries to actually, because they're, of course, lobbying individual governments as well. So you're actually going to need to have both governments and industry, and I would argue community representatives, to actually start to drive change so that you get some agreement on that front. But I I guess the other point is this is all about sustainable production and consumption, and governments have a role in establishing the policy settings in this regard, and that's something that we must promote.
Thanks a lot. You already saw that the variety of challenges is quite immense, not only on an environmental perspective, but also on a societal and a policy perspective. Now, after roughly an hour of debate, we are really interested also in your opinions here at Oikos St. Gallen, but also if you are watching us through the live stream in the chat. Dear Oikos guests here in St. Gallen, what are your questions to our panelists today? And I see there's one above in the gray shirt. You have a microphone? All right, then we will just wait a second. In the last row, yes.
Hello. Okay, great. I'm going to try to frame the question. John Kerry said that half of the technology to tackle climate change weren't created yet. We see that change, it's a kind of privilege to be able to choose what you want to buy or not. And my question is it really a problem about self-awareness or know-how? And does change gonna bring social crisis? And is the social crisis the main issue why political governments can take change decisions?
Thanks a lot for the question. Is it to a particular guest today or in general? You already talked about some of the environmental aspects on society. Do you want to give a quick answer to that?
Yes, so thank you a lot for the question. I think it's a complex question. So I think why change doesn't happen is mainly because we have strong economic interest groups and also governments that really just want to kind of dry this planet out and get as much money as possible. So I think that's on a political level, on a global level, it's one of the main issues. On other levels, like for example the Western European countries, I think more it's the argument and the difficulty to move out of the status quo. It's because it's difficult to take away liberty with saying you shouldn't eat meat. I mean, the government doesn't really want to do that because they're already afraid. And I think in Europe, in several countries, we see already the separation within society because of coronavirus. So people are so trained on individualism that I guess also the government is somehow a little bit scared to just say, hey, yo, you know, we want to live, so eat less meat. So I think this is a very different context to what we see in maybe other countries where they just say we have a lot of fossil fuels, that's how we built our country on. We don't have a vision right now how it could look like without that. And to the level of, I mean, that it will have drastic consequences, I mean, that's clear. The World Bank, I think in 2016 made a study about how the refugee movements will change and how it will increase until 2050. And I mean, this will be quite severe. So the 5 million refugees that were in front of the European borders and still are, by the way, I mean, that's a small drop of all the refugees around the world. And it's very clear that with more droughts, with more flooding and extremes, where people cannot adapt, as we heard already, the impacts will be more and more severe. They will come quicker, so we cannot even rebuild and adapt. So more people will be having to move away from their home place within their country and then into neighboring countries. And it's very clear that I think on a social level we will probably see war. We will probably see more social injustices coming. Or we change, or we find solidarity, or we find a way where we can, rebuild. So it's really, I see it more as a consequence of whatever we do, and it will basically just make worse the injustices that we already have, right now already existing. Did this answer your question? Does anyone else want to maybe also react on it?
maybe our guests from abroad. If not, then I saw another question right above, and I remember you for the next questions.
Thank you. I would just first like to thank you for this brilliant panel. And my question is mostly regarding the upcoming COP26. We see that there's kind of a discrepancy between Professor Portner talked about the need to form a political will on this particular issue, and we see this huge discrepancy between the NDCs and between what has been decided at the Paris Agreement and since then. And then on the other hand, I think just last week there was a leak regarding COP26, and particularly the Saudi government and other parties to the convention who were already putting pressure on COP26 to evade the topic of gases and of lowering emissions. So my question is essentially, how optimistic are you about the outcome of the upcoming conference, and what your general opinion on it is?
To any particular speaker? All right, but then I would potentially first give this question to Hans. You are at IPCC. What do you think on this question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this question. That's a very important one. And I'm essentially as curious as you are. I will be at the COP for some of the time, and will be able to observe some of the negotiations. And certainly we have some leftover tasks from Madrid, from the last COP. The financing issue and the transfers from developed to developing countries will certainly be a core element of the negotiations. And there are still, and I fully agree, there are still countries that play for time. At the same time, they know what's coming. I mean, Saudi Arabia is, for example, diversifying its economy. It's investing into renewable energies and so forth. But delaying the necessities is there, but there seems to be limited awareness that there will be a price to pay for these delays in terms of more severe impacts and loss and damages and lost lives and so forth. So I mean, I see in the past years two key elements that has been a trigger of change. And let's face it, let's look at the positive side, that there has been a change. There are two items that worked. In Paris, there was a coalition of the willing building based on the concerns of the small island development states, and they were bringing their emotional situation and concerns to the table. And there was, in the end, a group of 130 countries pushing for a more ambitious climate target for 1.5. Then the UNFCCC turned around and asked us at IPCC to prepare a special report on 1.5. And what we did was we said, well, just looking at 1.5 doesn't make much sense. Let's do a comparison. So we made a comparison between 1.5 and 2. And we came up with very strong messages. First of all, we told the world, this is a mission pathway you have to go for when you want to keep global warming to 1.5. If you build in delays, if you don't start in 2020, which was last year, and if you build in delays, as we are currently doing, you will have to find methods to remove CO2 from the atmosphere in the end, looking at technologies like BECCS, which have their disadvantages in terms of ecology and competition with food production and things like that. So nothing you really want to do. And but what the 1.5 report did in 2018, it caused a societal mobilization that we are currently seeing, and that is the Fridays for Future movement, among others, supported by the Scientists for Future and many for future, other for future movements, and they are spreading. The impetus is spreading, and it's again bringing emotions to the table, bringing concerns to the table. So we have seen a change of tides, but the tides haven't yet reached everybody in terms of causing a real difference. And that is what my personal hopes are, beyond being a scientist in IPCC. My personal hopes are that there's nobody can escape from this, and that the games of delay will stop, and that we will see a strong signal in Glasgow that adds to the one from Paris and the 1.5 report.
Thanks a lot for this answer. Then I saw a question right in the middle of the first row.
First of all, I have one question from somebody that joined us online. And there are three main levels of changing society's action: individual, political, and multinational firms. Could you elaborate on how these levels ought to be addressed?
Anyone in particular? Because that's, of course, a very broad question. But given your long experience also on a global basis, Andrea, would you be able to give a quick answer to that question?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. So I'm of the view that this is shared responsibility. So I like the question that it's going at the individual level, the political, and the multinational. In terms of actually influencing those sectors, I actually think the multinational sector is being influenced by groups like the Net Zero Asset Owners Alliance, who are actually looking at this issue very seriously and where they make their investments. And I think that the banking sector and the finance sector is a significant one that can actually influence there. And I hope that that work that they are doing will continue. At the political level, we've already talked about that in terms of influencing our politicians. And of course, we vote in most countries in the world, we vote in our politicians. So we have a responsibility to make sure that we're actually voting in those groups that do have the planet at heart. And then as individuals, I do think one of the it's a personal view that I have, is that in many ways we're not providing enough about solutions, and we're not translating these issues for people on the ground so they actually understand, one, the significance, and two, what they can actually do about these issues. And maybe it's the same for our politicians as well. So I'm hoping that we can use the science, translate it for what it means to everyone wherever they may live. And that they can then be informed about the sorts of things that are going to be appropriate where they live. And because one action in one location is not going to be the same for another community in another location. So, and that's where we have open, accessible, transparent, inclusive processes that mean we can actually use the science to inform the various levels. I'll leave it there. Thanks for the question, though.
Thank you, Andrea.
May I add to this?
Yeah, of course, Hans.
Yeah, thanks. And I just want to make you aware that actually in the IPCC, we've started with that in the 1.5 report, and the other special reports we did during this sixth assessment cycle, the land report and the one on ocean and cryosphere. But now we are about to release the main reports from working groups 2 and 3. So looking at the adaptation side and the mitigation side, and in both of these reports, we are discussing solution options and their effectiveness and feasibility, and in terms of looking into the future and what is really hidden behind the big word transformation. Certainly, the combination of all of these options will allow us to develop a world that we feel is climate resilient. It will be sustainable. It will have healthy ecosystems, healthy human communities. It will be successful in reducing inequalities and bringing more justice, combating poverty, and so forth. That is the picture, and this. These options individually don't immediately take you to this picture, but in their combination, and it's very difficult to really project how the future will look like, but we need it. You get a feel for where to start in terms of bringing many different things to the table, and that by the synergistic combination of all of these, how the future path may look like, at least for the years to come. So I see that in a way as we are at a point like we were maybe when we started Industrial Revolution, where in the late 19th century, nobody would have been able to tell any of us to how the world would be looking like in 2020. And this is I think, typical. So we cannot fully foresee the future, but we know where to go, what to do, and these things need to be discussed. So the Working 2 report will be released in February next year, and then the Working 3 report will be released in March next year, and then there will be a synthesis report coming from the IPCC. The discussion will be continuing. Unfortunately, there has been a half-year delay caused by the pandemic, but we just need to keep moving, we need to be positive about the future, although we might not really fully know how it will look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans, and also thank you to the audience here for so many great questions. I had a question right in the middle of the first row, and then I had one in the second last row, and I think we can take these two before panel one is unfortunately already over.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to actually engage and ask our questions. So we heard before from down here at the panel that degrowth is needed. We heard that we kind of have to transform our mindset on what is life about and how can we live it happily without all this materialism. I was wondering, on the one hand, for kind of more the activist side point of view, what do you think, how can we overcome this so that as it has mentioned a lot, there are still like many people who are in the economy and profit from it, don't want to give it up. The politicians are afraid to make like inconvenient announcement, prohibit meat consumption in the way it is right now. And the people, the crowds themselves are either not aware or they don't want to give their status up. So from the activist point of view, how do you think this can be overcome? And maybe also from the more scientific point of view, how is this psychological transformation that is needed integrated in all these reports and all your research? Thank
Maybe
you.
from the activist side first, who of you wants to reply to that?
I think it's a very interesting question. Also, we talk a lot about this in Austria, like, because sometimes it's a very negative discussion about like everything that we need to give up in order to change. But I think actually we have to turn it around and also see like what we gain from it. We as humans, I think we always try to get more and seek more and be better and have a better tomorrow than yesterday. I think it's very natural. But I think it's becoming more of a trend, and not only a trend, but also I think we know it in ourselves that more is not always better. And I think our grandparents, for example, they also knew that what they had was enough. And I think we also need to get more of this feeling that enough is enough, and we don't need to improve every day to be perfect and more perfect every day. And I also think that also myself, like I always want to be better and stuff, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we are happier with it. And I think that should be our main goal, to be happy, right? To be content what we have. And I don't think Instagram or more iPhones or better shoes will always give us that, but maybe also like taking a step back, doing social stuff, or like just staying out in nature. And I think that's what we need to do more.
Still a difficult topic if I look at my grandparents and even the great-grandparents and see, for example, how the size of their cars developed. They went rather bigger than smaller. But from a scientific point of view, because you already asked it, what do you think can be done in order to overcome this psychological barrier?
Are you
Andrea?
asking?
Andrea, Hans, who of you wants to reply to that question?
I'm seeing a big deficit, if I may maybe say
Sure.
that first, big deficit in the education system. And certainly I'm talking based on my own observations in the area in Germany where I'm living, and that is in the province of Bremen, but I'm pretty sure that is very similar across many of our German states, that our education system is not making these existential crises the key topics in the school education. I mean, all of those sitting here in the room have developed this view and insight, probably based on their own attention to the topic and the interest. But there are many people that are unaware and that don't have this kind of natural inclination, and they need to be told. And our education system needs to make climate change a key topic. It needs to make the biodiversity crisis a key topic, and talking about what is and how we can build a healthy society. And this is should be a guiding principle. But we have limited time. I mean, it's urgent. There's one key message coming out of all of the science that is being done and has been done. It's urgent. We need to move fast. So we have many people in responsible positions who have a deficit in terms of their understanding what sustainability is and how the planet is sustaining life, and what it needs to have healthy life forms on the planet, as we are pushing the planet outside of the climate that has been so essential in our development of civilization for the last 10,000 years. I mean, we are leaving the temperature envelope of the Holocene, which is crazy, because we are losing human habitat, especially in the low latitudes due to this. So these things also need to be brought to the adults in society, to the decision makers, to the policy makers, and we need mechanisms of, if you so wish, education, because many policymakers are political scientists or are lawyers and may not have had an interest in the biological sciences or the physical sciences to the extent that makes them fully understand what is at stake. This needs to be brought into the media. It needs to be brought regularly into the media. There could be, for example, a weekly broadcast which is called Climate Before 8. We have started an initiative from the Scientists for Future in Germany to bring it into the mainstream media. So people are aware that climate change is there and it is touching their personal lives, and that the mobilization needs to be there to make our policymakers take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans. And regarding the time, we are really short, but I saw you in the beginning and I promised you. So one very quick final question to the sir in the brown jacket below. And then, although we still have many questions here, we have to look at the time.
Thank you, Martin, for the honor of the last question. And thank you very much to all the speakers. I had two questions, but I'll limit myself to one. One was on the divestment, but I would choose the other one on narrative. And maybe an open question on whether or not we should change, or if it would be impactful to change the narrative from changing the planet and saving the planet to saving humanity, because I feel like it can still be a bit conceptual to save the planet, and is it my responsibility, etc. And maybe saving humanity is more significant, and we can grasp it better. So open question for the end, and whoever wants to take it can. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. Alessandra, I think you already mentioned something in that perspective.
Yeah, and maybe also building upon the previous question, I think one of the main issues that we need from politicians, from CEOs of big banks and individuals is really be open, be empathetic, and be open that your perspective might not be the one that is represented. So to really be able to take different views, to ask your blind spots, to accept that it is okay to not be perfect and do things wrong. I think that's a thing that we all need because we are so trained to have it perfect. We're afraid to make errors, so we prefer not to do anything, you know, or somebody could not like us. And I think that's even from a political perspective something that we need to change. I always say, be courageous to be part of the change because it has a lot to do with courage. It has a lot to do with accepting and looking at the data. And as you say, for a long time, I don't speak about saving the planet because the planet has existed long before us, will exist long after us. But probably, you know, if we go on like this, I don't know, Dr. Pertner knows it better, but maybe we have then a sea full of stinky algae and, you know, there will always be some form of life probably as well, but not the one we desire. So it's really saving humanity, but also being responsible humans, being a responsible species. So I'm in a process myself on reflecting a lot about this 3 levels of adaptation that I see, the individual, the societal, and then the species level, where I think we need a second enlightenment. We need really to gain a new understanding that we're not just one species similar as all, but that our actions have had drastic impact on all the other species and the ecosystems around it, and that we actually have to move into an earth protection mode, being the ones taking ownership while being, in some ways, fully altruistic. I don't know. Like, it's not finalized, my thoughts on that, but I think that's one thing of the narrative that we have to engage, plus also to, as we heard from education perspective, to be able to bring the people along, we need to also listen to them. So I think it's really creating a society of empathy, of exchange, creating spaces that enable us to dream again, to rewild our imagination, to then rewild the planet where we actually can enjoy life again. So it's really about kind of changing values and enabling people to actually think out of the box, out of that what they always think with, I want my SUV and I want my 4 kids to have the best studies in the world and PhDs. You know, we have to move away from that to, I want to have a world where I know if I have a crisis, I can go to my neighbors and we will, you know, support each other. And I know the people in other countries do the same. So it's really a values and an emotional part that I see that might be a trigger point for the narrative, which obviously has to also be adapted to the different cultural contexts. So there's not one major narrative, but it's also in us to find the one that we feel good and then talk about it with our friends, families. I always say, perfect Christmas gift, give your parents, your families a talk and make an empathy circle after about it, how they feel about it. It's incredible, it's very easy, and you will be surprised how people themselves are suddenly like, maybe I could sit in the road and block the street, you know. I'm retired, I have nothing to lose. So these things happen, but it only happens if you talk about it.
Alessandra,
May I just add one more thing? Yeah, one more thing. Because I thought a lot about that narrative question as well. And I think just like very basically, it's a lot more fun to run towards hope than run away from fear. And I think that's what we need to do, and I think that's how we need to paint our story. I think we could catch a lot more people if we say, we have such a wonderful future to win, like, let's run there and not just fear so much.
I think these were really beautiful last words, Marlene. Thanks a lot. Also, thank you, Alessandra, Andrea, Hans. It was a pleasure and an honor to have you here today. It was also really great to see the many questions we have from the audience here. I, for my part, can hereby close the first panel of the day. Later, I think we are pretty aligned on that we need to change. Later, we will talk about how we need to change. Should we have a radical system change, or is it wiser to adapt the current system and to modify it? We will do so in roughly half an hour. Until then, thank you for tuning in and see you later. Goodbye. resolve it. Now we should talk about the avenues to that goal. And there are two fundamentally different ways how to approach this. Shall we use our current system, the current market environment, economy we have in many parts of the world, and shall we redevelop it into something new, something more sustainable? Or is it time for radical system change? And therefore, we will focus the next 1.5 hours on this topic, fundamental restructuring or adapting the status quo. I'm not alone here, as you can see. I have, again, great guests that join us today. On the one hand, we have here in presence Dr. Gianluca Ambrosetti. You are also CEO at Synhelion. We will hear about that later. And we have here Dr. Christina Rolfs from Mercator Institute in Potsdam. And we have online also a guest speaker, Karl Kühn. Karl, I hope you can hear us. Hello?
Clear.
Great. Karl, welcome here also to Oikos St. Gallen. And before we also talk about your backgrounds here in presence, Karl, maybe you as a start, you are industrial decarbonization analyst and you're focusing on circular economy. Could you explain to our audience what this means to you and how you think this can make a change or make an impact for decarbonizing our economy?
Yes, thank you so much. So maybe a little bit of background to myself. So my name is Karl Kühn, and with Systemic now for about a year. Prior to that, did a PhD on circular economy, circular supply chains, and previously to that also some smaller sustainability consulting experience with Ernst & Young in Germany. And Systemic, for those of you who don't know about Systemic, is a system change company that focuses on 3 levers, essentially. That's advising pioneers, be that both companies or also policymakers, building coalitions, and also actually getting active ourselves and investing in companies and startups that we think will have high system change potential. And we do this across 3 different platforms: materials, energy, and food and land use. And so maybe circling back to your introduction, and thank you again for that. Yes, I have been working on circular economy related issues. Primarily, that's what I did my PhD, and that's a little bit my focus area. And that's obviously the demand side of things, right? So solving how we use and how many resources we use, but understanding that for many sectors, that's just not enough. And there are many or key sectors, which I also saw in the questions that were sent around, which are what we call hard to abate sectors. So at the moment I'm seconded essentially from Systemic to the Mission Possible Partnership and the Energy Transitions Commission, where we are coordinating a coalition together with the World Economic Forum and other NGOs on finding solutions to these hard to abate sectors, such as aviation, trucking, shipping, aluminum, cement, the chemicals industry, and the one that I'm working on, the steel industry. So for steel, for example, we have solutions downstream in the circular economy related fields, just new business models. But to really have and reach net zero, we need to decarbonize the upstream and implement breakthrough technologies that reduce the carbon emissions massively by 95+% to be able to reach the targets that we set ourselves in the Paris Climate Agreement.
Thanks a lot for that quick introduction of what you're doing, Karl. You have set really ambitious goals, especially in comparably old industries like the steel, the cement industry, aluminum industry. If we're talking about these industries, these are likely companies that are really conservative, where changes go slow. What are your targets at Systemic to make these changes? What are your milestones and what's the time horizon we're talking about when you're talking about circular economy there?
So we have to differentiate, but so maybe let me talk about the steel industry, because that's the one that I'm the most familiar with. My colleagues working on other sectors, but let me stick with steel because I think it's a good example. in the steel industry, we have different levers. So we have circular economy, which is one of the levers. So essentially using more recycled steel. And steel is a great material for recycling, has material recycling rates from ranging around the 90+%. So that's really great. And it depends a bit. Circular economy can help to recover more steel from previous use cycles. It can help through better design of, for example, buildings. It can help to increase the material quality of what's recovered. But essentially, with the ramp up of, for example, the renewable energy economy, we need a lot more steel. We need to build grid pylons. We need to build offshore wind turbines, which are all built with steel. So in the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years, there's not foreseeable that we will be able to cover our demand globally with just secondary steel. And we will need primary steel. And the problem with the steel industry is that you cannot increasingly improve the efficiency, but you need to invest in breakthrough technologies such as hydrogen steelmaking. And here we have to push now for quick and decisive action in the next 5 to 10 years. We have these technologies, they are commercial, they are, let's say, ready to go. They just need to be commercialized and de-risked from a demand perspective. So we need to now act decisively to ramp up enough demand in the next 5 to 10 years to show that this works at scale, and then to hopefully make sure that we skip from a very dirty steel technologies that we have today in the blast furnace steel making, to then skip those incremental improvements to move right through the breakthroughs, because otherwise we'll find ourselves in a situation where in 20, 30 years we have incrementally better steel, but not the steel type and the technologies that get us to net zero. And if we don't skip the incrementally better ones, then we will find ourselves locked into steel plants with long time horizons that will otherwise become stranded assets.
Thanks a lot, Carl, for this brief introduction. A very interesting one, also for me personally. Christina, you are economist and researcher at Mercator Institute at Potsdam. And in there, you're focusing on economic growth and also the human development associated with it. And I think if I researched that correctly, you are focusing also on the so-called Energiewende in Germany. So the big reform project away from not only coal and fossil fuels, but also from nuclear to renewables. Can you explain us a bit what you did there in the past, what your assessment of the status quo is, and where you think we should head next?
Yeah, thanks. And a lot of complex questions. Maybe also first a quick introduction of myself, that you have an idea of the background and what you, like the perspective you can expect from me or from my opinions. So I'm an economist. I also studied mathematics, so I'm on the modeling side in economics, which is, well, some part. I also heard that you had discussions about that yesterday. So that's the side. I did a lot of economic modeling. I'm also working on policy advice. So when you talk about the Energiewende, we are very close working with ministries and as stakeholders in this context of how to, like, what is relevant for the Energiewende. So as an economist, of course, I work on policy instruments. This is on the one hand side addressing climate policy, so the climate crisis, especially carbon pricing. A big issue here is not only like how high need the prices to be, but also the question of social balance, so of justice, inequality. Another aspect is that the climate crisis is not the only crisis. We have a lot of other problems. You may be familiar with the word of externalities. If not, I will give a very quick explanation, but then you may know where environmental economists are looking at. So externalities are something that happen, like when you do something that has a harm on someone else, but you don't put it into your behavior. And this just means you follow your way and you harm others. and you don't change that. And this is also, the climate crisis is also a problem of externalities, because we have firms polluting and they don't take into account that they are like over accumulating the atmosphere with too many greenhouse gas emissions, so that we have also the problems of local air pollution and so on. And there comes the point of carbon pricing, for example, like as a policy instrument to say the polluter pays. So whatever you do, you have to pay for it. You may do it, but it really costs a high price because you're harming or damaging others. So this is a bit the narrative of environmental economists. What I also did back in in my dissertation was looking at multi-level governance approaches. I think this is something very promising, because we don't see like that we have like a global solution, nor do we have like just the pure bottom-up solution to tackle the climate crisis, but how can we combine multiple levels of action to have small steps, but steps in a better direction. And now I have to like come back to the questions you had. So you
just evaluating where you see the change in the energy consumption and what needs to be done in order to bring it to a good end.
So as an economist, I would of course say like we need, or on that side, what we need is like policies that pave the way towards it. I think we will also talk about the technological perspective, but we need a rapid change. I mean, time is urgent. I listened a bit to your previous panel discussion, and it's really, we don't have much time left to stay below 1.5 or 2 degrees of global warming. So rapid change, and on the other side, what we need is like keep the social balance in mind, because if we go with high carbon prices or standards, like some regulations, it may really affect people in an unfair way. This can happen. It's also like if we talk about carbon pricing, it may be easy for someone who's rich, but it may be not so easy to pay higher prices for people who have not a high income. And I think this is a very important aspect. And like to make some advertisement also to carbon pricing is then it generates revenues, and these revenues can be used to be redistributed. So you can take from the rich in that way because they have a higher, like a larger carbon footprint, and on the other side, give it back to people who are not so well off. And this, I think, also helps to increase acceptance and move forward much faster than what we're doing at the moment.
I think that's a really interesting topic, because the best environmental policy is not worth a penny if on the one hand you have big social discrepancies which lead at the next election to some populists taking over power and turning everything back. But there we also have a factor which is technology that supports this transition. And Gianluca, you are CEO at Synhelion. You are holder of several patents and working with e-fuels for the aviation industry, if I understood it correct. Could you explain a bit what you plan to do, what your goal is in terms of reduction of CO2 emission, and whether you think that this could be a way that can also be not one-to-one, but also be transferred to other industries?
Absolutely, thank you very much. So first of all, a few words about myself. My background, which also will put you a bit in perspective from where I'm coming. I'm originally a physicist, but after my PhD, I started to work in the field of solar, especially concentrated solar power, CSP, these systems that generate electricity with high temperature and power cycles. I did it for several years before starting Synhelion in 2016. Synhelion is a spin-off of ETH Zurich, and the mission was from the beginning to try to bridge to the market years of academic research performed by the lab of Professor Aldo Steinfeld in the field of renewable fuels generated via thermochemical processes at high temperature, which sounds very fancy, but I'm going to elaborate a bit on this. So what is the mission of Synelion? The core mission is still to produce renewable fuels, drop-in fuels that are compatible with existing infrastructure, which are to use first order identical to the fuels that you use today, but they are renewable, fully renewable at the end. At the beginning you may make some compromise on this, but at the end the vision is to have really fully renewable fuels that will emit, when you consume them, the same amount of CO2 that is captured and reintegrated in the synthesis process on the other side. We do this through the use of high temperature solar heat. There are other ways. E-fuels use electrolysis. There are advanced biofuels which also are very promising in this equation. We work with very high temperatures. And this allows me also to connect to other things that we look beyond fuels. Well, fuels is at the center of the vision of Synelion because we do believe that synthetic fuels, synthetic renewable fuels are an integral part of the energy transition. We won't be able to forego them for, let's say, aviation, where there are unique features like energy density and other things will not allow their substitution. I mean, with what we do beyond, we have also possibility to move beyond fuels, and this is interesting, and I'm connecting here with what Carl before said. We actually do work also to decarbonize the cement sector. We have a collaboration with Cemex, one of the leading manufacturers of cement materials, cement-based materials. And we work with there, we substitute basically the whole let's say, fuel part to derive this very endothermic process, which is the cement pyroprocessing, with solar heat, and therefore we are able to basically reduce significantly the emissions. The intrinsic part we use to do fuels, so we have like a very nice circular story, or not really circular, but I mean like a really nice story where we make even use of the intrinsic emissions of CO2 coming from the limestone calcination for the production of cement. Beyond that, I mean, I can also say that we are, I cannot yet say fully the name of everything, but we are also starting to work. We have a collaboration that we'll announce soon in the iron and steel space. So we also working there to introduce high temperature solar heat to help in the decarbonization of this other very carbon intensive and hard to abate sector. And yeah, I hope that I haven't been too technical sometimes in the terms that I used, but
I love being technical, but we can see that the technical part to a certain degree is already there. But on the other hand, of course, you're currently still competing with, for example, fossil fuel with kerosene, and Christina already mentioned it, without all the externalities correctly priced into your competing products. Apart from policymakers being forced to give CO2 or other greenhouse gases a price, can you tell us a bit how competitive you are with renewable technologies, with synthetic fuels, if this would be already priced into the fossil fuels?
I mean, it's actually a very, very good point in the sense that new technologies are more expensive. I mean, there are several reasons that come into this, but for sure one is that they are new. I mean, we are coming in hundreds years later, technologies after technologies that were developed earlier and reached maturities were amortized, were optimized. We don't have this advantage yet. So even if you have a process that is very promising, that can projectively be on a par with the existing fossil fuel cost, because this is what we have in the vision, and this is really what we see as a possibility, we still need to get there, and this is not an easy path. So the way exists to come to a renewable alternative to fuels that have costs that are comparable with today's fossil fuel prices. And we do believe that this is necessary because at the end the economy is able to support, to swallow a certain price increase, but it cannot be a tenfold price increase. Otherwise we go, again, what Christina said, is that we're gonna land in a situation where a part of the world is able to afford it and the other one not. So we really need to be able to come to this point where the prices of these products that we do and other pathways and other technologies do come to like a par of what on a similar base of what we have today. And there is where, of course, the integration of externalities, contributions that can come from pricing, from let's say feed-in tariffs for support scheme that compensate the higher cost in the manufacture that you have at the beginning, as well as contributions in supporting the very capital-intensive construction of these installations will of course help significantly to accelerate this path to reach parity with the existing prices.
Thanks a lot so far. Christina, you already mentioned that you were looking at the first part of our panel discussion. And I think if there's one thing we are not lacking, then it's idealism to make changes. What for me as a viewer, which I'm also not only a moderator, is still open is the question, how can we really make this change? Of course, the targets are high, but changing behaviors is one of the most difficult things one could imagine. So with your impressions of part one of today's panel, do you think net zero means saying goodbye to the consumer society as we have it? Or do you think we can modify our behaviors and keep certain patterns, but in a more sustainable way?
Yeah, let me try to answer this super complex question with making a short excursion to what you have said, to finally come to your consumer society question. So the problem is, like, when you say that renewables or some technologies are at the moment, they don't pay off, so we need a lot of investment and all these things. Where should we go? We need rapid change. And as the example, so what we need or what we could make use of at the moment is also to consider the COVID crisis, where large investments are done and need to be done, to combine this with like really pushing the economy in the right direction, which means into like a more green direction, that we reach net zero in the future. We have to reach it. We should definitely reach it. I mean, otherwise the consequences are hard to imagine what may happen, but it will be really severe. And so coming from that point, the question now at the moment is also like, where do we create like new infrastructure, new possibilities, or where do we create lock-in effects? And a prominent example back in the days is also like the success of coal-fired power plants, or also of nuclear and so on. Like all these companies have also received large subsidies, and still coal is subsidized in several parts of the world, and this is not little. And I think this is one of those things that has created a lock-in a long time ago, and we have still the problem. This is also why it really moves so slow. And one thing is, first of all, also to remove the subsidies for coal, definitely. And then come to the point, should we rather create new lock-in effects? So should we use the COVID crisis now also to invest into the better infrastructure, into the better technologies? And then your question of does this imply, or what does it imply, reaching net zero? Like, for me, the role as an economist here is also to say, like, I'm not here to say, like, this is the one way and there we have to go. And this is, for me, it's really important to say that, like, I consider myself and also like my colleagues, we consider us as like advisors or as map makers. So you say you want to reach net zero, and we can say, like, look, we have the following path to go, or maybe we even help to explore paths. So there may be A, B, C, and D. And what are the consequences, or what do you need to do, or where are the parts where you need to move to the left or to the right to reach to reach your final goal? And from that perspective, I would more say, I cannot say if this implies a departure from measuring also success or well-being of a society by consumption. I have a personal opinion on that. that is, I think many of us are aware that consumption is not everything. So I mean, I don't feel like at a specific point, if I'm saturated, it doesn't make me feel better if I consume more. This is also something that's quite often considered in economic models, also in the neoclassical model, so where you say like that to some extent, like first you need consumption, right? You also need to buy your food and all these things, but at a specific point you are saturated, and this is modeled by like a diminishing marginal utility. So you reach a specific point of being super rich, and then you don't gain more utility, and this is implicitly also assumed in these models. So that's one of the points where I think it is considered. I would not say that we are now able to fully depart from that. But also, like globally, we have these measures of measuring well-being by GDP, and there are like already like alternatives considered like how to measure well-being. So there may be a movement, but I'm a bit skeptic. I cannot look that far in the future. But what I think at the moment is we need to act so fast, and whatever may come, I think like going step by step forward. I think like now trying to make like a total transformation of the society right now, where we're like running out of time, it doesn't make so much sense. So I think it's more like an evolution, and it's not my choice to say that. I would of course advise to say like these and that are the pathways to go.
I think that's an important point, because we all know how long processes can last, and especially if it comes to changing behaviors. And if we're talking about the climate crisis, we don't have the luxury to really wait for such a process to be ended. On the other hand, Carl, you are working on projects that, let me put it like this, that could pay off relatively quickly, especially when it comes to the big industries. When you are talking about circular economy in the cement industry, in the steel industry, etc. pp. And you already said that for the next years we will still be depending on new material instead of recycling, simply because the demand is so high. But after that time, do you think that many industries that potentially you're currently working with will go away? And is there a way how they can stay in business, for example, in a more sustainable way? Do you think after that first period of transition with your technologies that you're promoting, that these companies still can have their place in our economic society?
Yeah, it's a great question, and thanks for that. Obviously, the next years will see an immense transition for all sectors and all industries, and we'll have to find new ways, or companies will have to find new ways to remain competitive. And we also have to be realistic about the potential of the circular economy. I mean, the circular economy is not just about recycling, it's about new business models, changing how we consume and interact with resources. But it's an often idealized and misunderstood concept where just thermodynamic realities mean that we will never be able to completely circulate resources. There will always have to be some need for new primary production, and we'll always have to have and introduce new resources. That's just the reality, because the quality of the material will degrade with every use cycle. But the circular economy is obviously a great balance then to make sure that we are able to actually reduce some of the consumption, make sure that we're more resource productive to then balance out primary production. And companies will have to adjust to it. And there will be, it's a period of creative destruction, talking with Schumpeter here, and there will be some new companies emerging and some old ones going down. And the important thing for us here as an economy, as a society, and I think that's also one of the things that I wanted to push, is that in this discussion, is that the main problems that we have to overcome as a society, and this goes all the way down from the macroeconomic level to companies themselves, is that we are, in my personal opinion, a little bit stuck in this, what I would call a decadent phase, where we have become complacent through our own success of recent decades, and need to be able to find a way to dramatically transform from within, because otherwise we will not be able to we will not be essentially developing the technologies that are needed for this clean economy and green economy. And this has immense implications for companies, but also for entire countries and regions, right? So Germany as an industrial hub, and Europe as an economic area on the whole, will need to make sure that we don't lose our competitiveness in this game. And Bill Gates recently came out with a quote that essentially the climate transition and clean transition, net zero transition, will bring about many multiple Teslas, Microsofts, and Apples, and we just have to make sure that at least some of them are also here in our backyard, that we can benefit from that economically as well.
Do you understand yourself as some kind of mediator for a middle ground between that incremental change and that radical change? And if someone advocates this radical change, as we heard already today, what do you say to them? Is it honest in a way to say that we can make this incremental, or do you personally think that this is the only realistic way to solve the issue?
Well, I would also echo that we don't have the time, right? We have, I think recent report came out with essentially the chance of us meeting our 1.5 degrees less than 1%, and meeting 2 degrees, I think was around 4%. So we don't really have to change, and we have to act swiftly and obviously breaking down all our institutions. And no change happens in empty space, right? It's always evolution of existing institutions. And looking to history, I think we could safely say that most revolutions necessarily, well, they didn't really end in a better end state, in the short to medium term end state. So I think we'll have to be very careful in what we advocate for, but an evolution certainly is important and is needed, a quick and radical one, and we need to be able to get all of the key actors and stakeholders involved, be it from policymakers to businesses to society and other actors. And Systemic, in a way, has always been trying, and that's what we're trying to do, to build coalitions, to get system change. And our client is not a company or a pioneer, but it's the system. So we want to work with actors and with groups that have a positive impact, and where we can work with them to change the system, and that's the ultimate objective.
Gianluca, in our small circle, you have some kind of a special role. You are, on the one hand, as you said, physicist, so you know the scientific portion of the game, but at Synhelion you are also CEO, so you're also a representative of the industry, of the economy, although of course we are all economy. But from your opinion, what role should government play in this process of transitioning our industry? Should it be a more active role with clear guidelines and also some regulations that prevent people from doing their old habits, or pardon, do you wish personally for some more support for new technologies as yours?
Okay, this is an interesting question. We generally, I see myself and the company, like of having a mission, a technological and business mission. Of course, it's always hard to take position on what, public position on what the politics should do. This is not our role. But I can say, nevertheless, what we see and what we believe, at least for myself, in a soft way, could be helpful. Of course, I say the development of the technologies is expensive, and support is needed. And to be very fair, support is there. We got support from the Swiss government in many forms. We got support recently in Germany for a BMW I financed project. So we cannot complain. The support is there. Of course, scaling these technologies up will require even bigger financing, and this is where, of course, the state can again play an important role. And finally, as I said, the price of the product is not competitive, and there again, with having feed-in tariffs and compensation, it could help. Something else that I would add, which completes on your question, is we also need to be careful when we start to have the state coming in and helping technology development, that a whole array of technology gets supported. If I go out and pitch, I would say Synelion's technology is the best. The truth is, very frankly, is that there are a whole array of technologies. And one may be better for one situation, the other one may be better in another one. What we cannot afford is that we pick winners, and this should not happen. Even the winner would be myself. I would not support this. It's very important because technologies find themselves sometimes at different stages of development, and the ones that are latecomers have perhaps even a bigger potential. But if I pick one that is perhaps now more mature, the other one will never make it, even if it had like a bigger potential. So coming here, I think if we start to bring in state support, it is very important that a whole array of technologies get the benefit of this, and that we don't restrict these on specific cases.
In the last few years, I had the pleasure to really meet many people with an idea or to build a prototype, but it was rather scaling it up. So being in Switzerland, we always circle around the position of the finance sector. Do you think that this could also be a key, for example, to ease the access to venture capital in second financing rounds, to make these ideas that are within startups as yours bigger? Can Switzerland, for example, play here a role to set guidelines to make access to capital easier for sustainable startups?
To be very honest, we see, this is a very special moment for companies in this space. And it's not always easy to raise capital, but I've now spent several years in solar energy, and I can say that now it is a good moment. So I don't know how long it lasts, nobody knows, but I know that it is a special moment. So I think that I don't know how much can be improved there. For sure it can. A lot has been done, however, with all new kind of accelerators and programs. And I think that the venture capital mentality also in Europe is changing, and the willingness to taking higher risks that in Silicon Valley are now state of the art, as we call it. It's also coming up. However, what does not need to be forgotten is that, being a company that, getting enough money to develop a technology is something, but then scaling it up, then you need the large investments. And whatever technology you take, let's take solar, whatever it is, whatever you need, you will need like huge surfaces. You will need like massive investments. I was doing a slide yesterday about if we want to get our target of taking half of the jet fuel consumption of Europe in 2040, we are talking, it would be like a land surface of 2,400 square kilometers. And, it's something like almost 50 by 50 kilometers. And, those, you can start to picture this, see, okay, we need to do this. These are massive, massive investments, and beyond the company, the financing of the company to bring a technology to maturity, the scale up is for sure a very special part, and there is where I do see that states could play a central role.
Christina, you already said you understand yourself as kind of a map maker, and to give you a small anecdote from my own experience, we had just the elections in Germany, and I was talking to many people out on the streets in discussion rounds, and I was sometimes shocked about how resistant to expert advice many people are, be it on the street, be it in politics, be it in economics. How was your impression over the last years? Did this change when you talk to stakeholders, and do you have the feeling that as a scientist, your message is heard?
Yeah. I just recently read a quote saying, I think it was formulated by a scientist, and that said, by and large, you can't change a feeling with a fact.
It's a good point.
So this is often observed, and there's also research being done on that, so that like how important feelings are, and that like human beings are quite often, you may be familiar with that, we are not always like driven by rational considerations. Another problem is that we can also not look into the future, so a lot is like, and we are like, even if we think about the far future and we know that, for example, specific things would harm me in the future, I may still do it because I value like the present much more. So we are very myopic and all these things. So it's a huge problem with that. So my experience was that how people, it's a tricky thing, I would say. Like, I think what we need is a critical mass, and it's not like just saying something or like presenting a fact once, but repeat the fact. Like my advisor at my Edenhofer, I think like he's one of the guys, like I think the sentence he is saying every time is we need carbon pricing, and I think he's repeating that since 20 years. And now also other people start repeating that. So this is kind of creating a critical mass. I think also if we like now look at the elections in Germany, also how carbon pricing took up like in the discussion. So I think this has like some common ground now. There's still a lot of information that needs to be transferred from the research side to the public. I think that it's also, researchers are not pretty good in explaining things or like knowing how to tell the story and so on. Like, so what we also have is we closely collaborate with people who are really good in connecting so the research with like how to put it into the media or like writing general articles, explanations. So just like broad in this. Still, it takes a lot of time. And another example is that we at the MCC we've set up. It's called the Carbon Price Calculator. It's a website. It was also used from the media quite a lot, so we were happy also Zeit Online used it for their own calculations. And what we did there is also like just say you don't need to be afraid of carbon pricing, because if you have smart ideas of how to distribute the revenues, you can really like relieve the burden from the poor. And I think this is also one of the things, like if you talk to people on the streets, they may really like be anxious and afraid that a change in the status quo may take something from them or may make them worse off. And then they don't hear, like it's just like being afraid. And if you are afraid, I mean, I guess you may also know that from yourself, then you don't want to hear facts and someone saying, no, it's for sure better. You just say like, no, I'm afraid about my existence. So in this context, we need to like still continue, we need the exchange. It's sometimes also like, how is it called? Like, so if you talk to the people who are already on board, of course you find a lot of overlaps and so on. But I think like we need this slow transition, so expanding, like again, the critical mass question is I think crucial. Like also, I think the young people have an important role here. Fridays for Future is like, I'm really curious how it will read in the history books, like just in 10 or 20 years, how important this movement was also for policymakers, just to, I mean, a lot of knowledge was there, but this gave a like huge push for the situation. So slowly stepping up with that. And the last thing, what is also, I think, like also trying to be understood in science, or where we have some common ground, is that you may have people who are like totally against specific facts, and probably you are never going to change them. Same probably like with vaccinations against COVID. So there are some you won't going to change them. You have some that are really convinced, they may also be well informed. And then you have people in the middle and they don't know where to go. And I think this is the important part where we need to like really have good information, talk, go into the exchange discussions. Also listening is I think quite important, and try to have like more people who still look for orientation to take them on the path to a more sustainable future.
I think that's a great final word for that first time of our first part of our discussion. Not sure whether we have a critical mass here, but I'm pretty sure we have a mass of critical thinkers here. We saw that in the first panel discussion. So I think now it's your time to also voice your opinion, whether you think that in this panel advocated incremental change is the solution, or whether we should go for more radical change, or for any question that you might have to our panelists today. So the stage is open, and I see there's already a question in the second row.
Hello. Hi, I'm Kushbu from Oikos Berlin, and yes, absolutely, I think everything discussed here today is incremental in the change towards climate protection and systemic change. But since we have three very qualified scientists here, I wanted to take this opportunity to understand certain technical elements which, pardon my lack of expertise, of course, on the subject, but first to you, sir, since you're working with renewable energies, and my understanding of solar, for example, there are certain limitations in the scaling up of solar, as I understand, because most of the current existing technology on the storage units, for example, depends on lithium and renewable-based resources, right, which also is monopolized by China to an extent, but also creates a big carbon problem in itself. And I wanted to understand if there are any alternatives that are being researched in terms of technology, and to what extent are they really scalable at the moment, because we are still heavily relying on the renewable resources for non-renewable resources for renewable energy, and that's a bit contradictory. And for Sir Karl Kuhl, I'm sorry if I'm not saying that right, I wanted to understand, since you're dealing with industrial decarbonization, what kind of mechanisms do you have to really monitor at the different levels and tiers of supply chains that extend far beyond our basic visibility? What are the technologies that are being used to really properly monitor the carbon elements at every stage of these supply chains? Is it something that relates to the more blockchain kind of technology at every stage, or is there something new that we all don't know about? So, yeah, thank you.
I think two great questions. Let's start chronologically with the solar question, Janulka.
Sure, this is a very good question, and in fact, it's actually, I mean, this is in a sense good for me, because I can answer that with like a positive pitch for what we are doing. In fact, solar is scalable. I mean, you have like the possibility to scale it basically to cover the whole needs of energy needs of mankind. However, this is easy to do, like of a back of the envelope calculation, more challenging to achieve in practice. And the point that you raise is actually a central one. How do you store overnight? I mean, we do need continuous processes in the industry. We have them in the way we live. And we know that the sun does not shine all the time, and connecting the different parts of the world with electric cable to achieve that is, some people have this vision, but it's pretty much challenging. Now, however, you can store locally electricity. Those are systems that exist. I mean, of course, lithium-ion batteries have the consequences. It's a very debated theme. I don't go too much into it, because there I have a certain kind of conflict of interest, because I advocate another way of doing, of working with energy and working with solar, which I will elaborate on shortly. But there are also, beyond lithium-ion batteries, other ways of storing electricity, like gravitational storage, pumped hydro, and the like. If you go to what we do, and what actually is done also industrially, there is the possibility to store inexpensively solar heat. So what is done in a concentrated solar power plant, in a CSP plant, those are commercial, those exist at these large trough or tower facilities, they basically heat up thermal storage during the day, so that at nighttime this heat is used to drive the power cycle that produces the electricity overnight. So you can really produce continuously. The same thing we do, the same approach we use within Synelion to produce continuously our fuels. So there are ways, proven ways, where you can work continuously and solve the storage problem with solar technologies. When we go to storage, I may elaborate on a final point, is that fuels per se are a great storage medium, are also a great way to transport energy across the world. Their energy density that makes them unsubstitutable for planes, for instance, is also what makes them easy to transport with, let's say, minimal impact, even if you account for externalities. And this is also why we ship around fossil oil around the world without excessive costs. So it's also an interesting way of seeing fuels as a way of storing, even long time, even seasonal storage, and a possibility to basically produce it in a very optimal location and distribute it worldwide with minimal impact. So in a nutshell, solar energy, especially via fuel, but also via thermal energy storage, can really help to solve on a global scale the energy problem.
Thanks a lot, Gianluca. And coming back to the second part of the question, Carl, we had in Germany this year the big discussion on the so-called Lieferkettengesetz, where we had a closer overview about supply chains. How would you do this in a circular economy on a CO2 basis?
Yeah, so thank you for that. Maybe so going and also maybe commenting on the first question before I jump into the second. So I think as a good rule of thumb, at least what I've seen in my work now with Systemic over various different projects, is that for almost any problem, you have the technologies available. They have been somewhat tried and tested, but for the most part, not commercialized yet. And that's typically the problem. The problem is not having the solution, but the problem is not having a scaled solution available. That's the first part. The second part to that also is that it's also not about necessarily identifying the one essentially magic pill that's going to solve all the problems, but it's addressing issues through a whole host of different solutions. So I think that's a message that I would like to impart you with here as well. And going back to the question, so in terms of carbon tracking or understanding where emissions come from, we have exciting technologies. Blockchain obviously is one, but there's also really exciting stuff with satellite images and basically real-time observation and monitoring of industrial sites around the world, and trying to, through obviously different data points and assumptions, trying to come up with how much is being produced, what the emissions are, and then trying to break that down on a per tonnage basis, for example. And then in terms of from a policy perspective, so that the last part of the question, the EU has been discussing, for example, this, well, in general, the EU has the problem, right? That with an EU emissions trading scheme and well, introducing carbon pricing or having some form of price on carbon and emissions in the market, it creates the risk of carbon leakage, right? So that manufacturers of something like steel, for example, they then leave the European Union, they move to different countries, say China, for example, and then basically you import the steel from China where it was produced cheaper, and this is what we call carbon leakage. And that's obviously a big problem. And one of the really exciting potential policy mechanisms to overcome this problem is the so-called carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is essentially a tariff, an import tariff that makes sure that European producers of steel, for example, aren't penalized by being in Europe, and that any import coming from China will have to, or any other country, will have to pay that difference as well, and that they're competing like for like, and we have a level playing field. And that's at the moment in discussions and trying to be designed and figured out, but that's going to be phased in starting in 2023, hopefully. And that is one of the ways in which we can hopefully prevent carbon leakage in the future.
Thanks for explaining this as well, Carl, because it already came up in the short break we had between block 1 and block 2. I see there's another question in the first row, and then in the second last is the next one. Yeah, here. Yep.
Hello, Frank, oikos alumnus of St. Gallen. I'm fascinated by your question because it's very typical to link an old question, an old problem with renewable energies, or with the same is true, for example, with electric cars. The problem of storing energy has been around ever since we started to use nuclear power plants, because with nuclear power plants you pretty much have always to either put to storage or take from storage, because you can't adjust the production of a nuclear power plant. In the past, the storage problem to some extent was solved by fostering consumption. For decades, electric heaters were subsidized by utilities companies in order to get rid of that nuclear power plant electricity that you don't want to store but to sell to customers that were, of course, stuck in a monopoly. I think it's been in 1907 that close to Dresden the first Pumpspeicherwerk, water storing power plant was opened. So there are super old proven technologies around to store energy. Another fascinating thing is that the problems linked to lithium batteries are now always linked to renewable energies or to electric vehicles, but we've been using these kind of batteries now already for decades. So I think an important point is also to manage to get rid of these, let's call them urban myths, that are linked to renewables, to fighting climate change. There are so many stories in the heads of the people that are linked now to bringing change to the energy sector, and I think it would already help a lot to get rid of these. Another story is coal, nuclear power plants, and even oil is in many countries still heavily subsidized still today. These are stories that are not in the heads of the people, so they think there's the unsubsidized oil, nuclear power, coal, and then there's the heavily subsidized renewables. I think this is mind change that needs to take place. Oh, and sorry, and now I have to frame it into a question. What are the channels, what are the ways you see to tackle this problem? Thank you.
Great comeback. I'm not sure whether, Gianluca, you have quite some experience in the storage question, whether you feel to be able to answer to that.
I mean, I can answer it in a certain sense technically, but not, I think the message, I fully agree with the message in the sense that technologies do exist. Some of them, like pumped hydro, are very old. There are other nascent ones, gravitational storage, and now I'm talking about electricity storage only. So gravitational storage, there are compressed air energy storage, some of them that have good potential. There are challenges that come with, in the sense that pumped hydro is at the limit. I mean, if you need to build a new dam to do this, it's not always easy, especially not in Europe. Somebody could think creatively with using salt water, and there are ideas, but there are limitations. The same holds for other technologies, but the technologies are here. I mean, it's no excuse for not acting, for not trying to go, not trying to scale up massively the amount of renewable, that there are some challenges like these, and I think this is a message that I can only share. And I do see some challenges with, and I think that as always, we will need a bit of everything. There is going to be like geographical dependencies, there are going to be like local social, like how the consumption is distributed locally, and many parameters that will make in a given place on Earth like one solution more adapt than the other. But we'll need a plethora, and we simply need to do this.
And just to add up on this, we also have to really think about the right solution for the right problem. When talking about lithium batteries, we always forget why we use them. We use them because they have a huge energy density compared to other types of batteries. When we're talking about, let's say, storing energy in the electrical grid, it's not so much the energy density which is the limiting factor as it is for cars. There you have other aspects, for example, how stable is it, how you can, also how long you can use it, how many cycles. And these are also things we have to keep in mind, I think.
Maybe I could connect to that as well and talk about the role of the grid. So what we have at the moment, I think that's quite often forgotten, that we don't only need like the consumers to take the energy and the producers, but there's like the electric network, and that's highly complex. It's also super tricky with the regulation, so it's a natural monopoly. We need it on the one hand side, but then it's really hard to have the incentives right. It's highly inefficient, especially in Germany. I think in Switzerland, I'm not sure about the pricing in Switzerland, but in Germany we have like a single price everywhere. This is not efficient at all, because we have like all this congestion in the network. You may have heard about that wind farms are switched off in the north, though they could produce energy really for super low cost, but the grid is full, and then they switch it off and turn on like gas-powered plants, for instance, in southern Germany, just to come up with that. Then we have the problem that the network is also connected to the rest of Europe, so we are also adding on the capacity of Poland. Poland is putting up the capacity, limiting the capacity that Germany can transfer. So there's a huge problem when talking about the energy transition, not only about the technologies, how to produce it more effectively, but also how to deal with the grid. Super complex. You have different types of energy, or like you're trading at different markets, and I think you can spend a lifetime on that, but I think it's a super complex and important aspect that also needs to be taken into account when talking about rapid change or technological progress. The last point is on the other side of the network. So we have the producers, and then there are the consumers, and there is the possibility, and I think that's also important, to have more flexible demands, to have demand-side management, also making consumers able to react on the prices, so consumers can work as a storage in the same way. So I think that's also one important way to pursue, like how to get the demand side much more flexible, and one possibility would be to do that with price signals.
And just one final remark from me before we return to the question of you in the second last row. It's not only having the will to change, it's also the time it needs to do so. I was meeting with a solar investor quite a while ago, and he told me that he wants to expand his capacity in South Germany, and the whole process of applying, of getting everything approved by the authorities takes him 8 years. And so if we're talking about incremental change, then we're talking about these time horizons. Sorry. Yep, there we have a question.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the speakers as well for this very valuable insight. I have a question on metals and rare earth more broadly. My understanding is that, well, we need to shift massively towards low carbon technologies. And my understanding is also that these low carbon technologies, they happen to be very huge consumption. I mean, they need very immense amounts of these metals. And I think my question would be for you, Carl, from financing this transition, but not from a financial point of view, but from a availability of these metals. What is your view on the availability of these metals, and more specifically on the deep mining? It's something that we see more and more, basically mining in the oceans, in the seabeds, and as much as there are controversies in it. 2-3 days ago, President Macron of France advocated to maybe be a bit more proactive to that. So I'd be curious to hear your view on that. Are we, by financing this transition to low carbon technologies, are we about to ruin the seabeds? I guess would be my provocative question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And again, I think we have to be a bit mindful. And obviously, many of these technologies, as you mentioned, they do require rare earth metals, and the EU has also put forth a strategy on managing critical raw materials, trying to get a bit more strategic autonomy on many of these critical supply chains, because again, they are key for our transition and will have to be managed. But I would again also, from a circular economy perspective, posit that we don't only need to look at ocean floors for these metals, because we all have an incredible store in stock in our existing society, and the best example is your phone. So your phone, and obviously all the old phones that you all have lying around in some cupboard in your room, is a great store for many of these rare earth metals. And there are two factors which need to be considered here. The first one is product design. So if we are able, for example, Fairphone is a great example of a company that has a little bit more modular design and is able to not have so many complex alloys and mixed components, that we could be able to separate these metals more easily at the end of life, and then recover them and look for these rare earth metals that we need in different places than just the ocean bed. So it's again thinking a little bit outside the box and trying to come up with new solutions and trying to figure out where are these material flows and stocks, and where can we potentially access them in a way that is less invasive and maybe even more economical than drilling through the ocean floor.
Thank you, Carl. Also, thank you for that question. And do we have other questions? I already see one here. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for this panel. So I have a larger question coming back to the solutions, and as being a bunch of young people here, I was wondering, since you're in the fields, how do you think we should be equipped so we can implement those solutions and we can also design new ones when done with our studies in 1 semester or 3 years, for example? What do you need?
Christina, do you think you can reply to that?
I can give my personal opinion on that, and it's probably not comprehensive. One thing would be, this is from the bottom of my heart, please, more women, please come to research or also do research in economics. We really need you. Like, it's dominated by men, good men, but it's also, I think, like, this is something where I would say, if you want to do a change, please also come to that field. It's interesting, and I think it's also like really necessary that we have a more like heterogeneous team and exchange in that context also. And this is then the second point, also just like to have the signal, because like if you do that, you're talking to policymakers and so on. And just if there's a bit more awareness, I would also encourage like everyone actually like to engage in that more, but especially like have more heterogeneity. This is one thing I can just say from the bottom of my heart, because we have really the problems to keep women in science, also probably in other jobs that are like influential. So please come. I'm sure you have bright and good ideas. That's one of these alleys. I mean, other parts are like, continue to ask nasty questions. Never get tired of that, no matter how old you are. Keep the discussion going. I think from my experience also, if we come back to this sentence of you can't change a feeling with a fact, I think you can change a feeling with talking and with having a common understanding and empathy for you, the people around you. You may not get like your full opinion or like your perfect pathway through, but you may have a compromise. And I think like in order to be fast now, we need to have everyone on board. And this only works if we find compromises to have this rapid action that we need to also to limit global warming. So do that. Be sorry for the, but be a pain in the ass for these things. Like just people get lazy, and sometimes things we have the lock-in effects and so on. And like the last thing I would say, like also think about like people in other countries. Whenever I hear about like, so we had quite a lot the question of do we need like incremental changes, or do we need like the super explosive change? And I think we are like all like living like in a relatively we are relatively well off. We are living like Switzerland is a super rich country. Germany is a super rich country. I think even like if we look at Europe, Europe is relatively rich or very rich. And yeah, I mean, also we have like already in Europe, we have the problems of rich and poor countries, which is why we are not that successful also with emission trading schemes and so on. So this is a hard debate, but there are like even people like in countries worse off. And whenever thinking about solutions, one thing is like, what can you do at home, locally? And what are solutions that would work also for other people, for other countries that are in totally different situations? And it's always easy to say also we should step back on consumption, or we should maybe do degrowth. I think this is something we cannot ever demand of that this would work globally. I cannot say if this is locally something that would work, because I'm not an expert on that, but I think for having a global solution, we need everyone on board, and keep pushing, be creative, and have a voice and a saying.
As policymaker, I can absolutely second to that. And I have to admit, it's, in my opinion, sometimes not only enough to vote every 4 years, but also to do something in between, because many of the decisions are made when you are not voting. Many of policies are developed in these times. So really ask questions, go to events, engage yourself, and also make us as policymakers life a bit harder there. We need that sometimes. Do we have another question? I think we have time for one final question, and I see one here in the middle.
So thank you very much. I have a question concerning the economic model. Actually, we are talking about massive investments that we need in order to transfer our economy to a green economy. At the same time, we are talking about degrowth and some reduction in consumption and so on. And I assume that for the investment side, we need more debt on a state level. And my question would be, how could this go together? Is it possible in our current model, or do we need another model, and how would it look like?
Sounds like a question for our economist.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, first thing is, did you consider to do your PhD on that? I think so. What I can say in general, like as soon as you start looking at economic models, like an entirely new world opens up, and even some more worlds, because you have having models from different fields, and sometimes it is possible that like a model coming in a specific or coming from a specific direction can also cover other effects. But so far, I'm not I haven't, like, besides like being a student with Nico Pech back in the days, I have not much knowledge. Like, I'm not an expert for degrowth, so I don't know. Like, the models back in the days I've seen, they were not, like, the mathematical models not consistent. So like they were not close from what I've seen then. So I don't know how the state of the art is at the moment of such models, and where you could stick in that and these issues. So I think it would be really interesting to make an investigation on that. I see definitely like that it could be attractive. I'm not sure, like, what I would say from like being an advisor in this field is it will be really challenging, because the question is, like, whenever you design economic models, you can never capture the entire world. So the art, or like the crucial part, is like that you need to abstract from the noise, so the not so important thing, but have like the general, or like the center of your attention. So if I want to look at models, or like just see like how Inequality works. I also need to decide, do I want to look at inequality between people, or do I want to look at inequality between countries? If I want to have an insight on inequality between countries, having all the people in the countries in as well makes the model so complex that I cannot solve it anymore, that I can just say, like, I have these and that results, but I cannot give you any intuition. So coming from that point, I'm not aware of models that do it, but I'm not an expert on degrowth models. Debt is indeed like a pressing issue that so you would be like warmly welcome also at MCC and at the Potsdam Institute, and I guess at many other institutes where they are like now like expanding the research on debt questions. This is correlated also with the COVID crisis, climate crisis, these large investments. So there I would say, like, you could also contact me, like see what kind of research there is. Maybe you consider to do like a thesis in that. It's in any case, you need to have good mathematical skills and a lot of endurance to do it. And it may take you 1 to 3 years to have first results.
It definitely sounds very interesting also for me, who is now involved in the coalition talks in Germany, where we have to struggle not to get more money, not to spend, not to make too much debt, and similarly invest more into new technologies. I'm very curious how our solution will look like there in Germany, and how others will come up with their ideas. For the moment, I'm really surprised how fast time flew again. It's again more than 90 minutes since we started. Thanks a lot to both of you here in St. Gallen. Thanks also to you, Karl, for joining us from Germany. It was a pleasure to have you here today. It was another interesting aspect, or modern one. It was several interesting aspects you added to this morning's discussion, and I'm really looking forward to this afternoon, I think at 2 p.m. if we don't change it, when we are going into the third and final panel for today. I can just invite you to stay here with us, to exchange with us on this very interesting topic that we cannot cover in 90 minutes. Thank you for being here, and I wish you a nice lunch break. Have a good time. Thank you.
Ja,
The climate crisis is oftentimes shrouded in complexity, but in reality it is quite simple. We need to limit global warming. The environment, the economy, and politics are the three areas we believe are vital if we want to tackle today's challenges. We want to inform, envision, and react.
Welcome to the Oikos Conference 2021.
If we want to stand a chance for a global future, we must rethink the status quo and start to coordinate and communicate joint efforts now. Change is possible and feasible, so let us rethink to react. The choice is yours.
Join us to get involved and make a difference.
Welcome back to the third part of today's panel discussion here at Oikos Conference in St. Gallen, Switzerland. It's great to see so many faces here in the audience, but I'm sure we have also some more on the internet looking here at us. I, for myself, am really happy to have again two great guest speakers here on the panel in Lokremise, St. Gallen. But as earlier today, we also have other panelists which are not physically here in St. Gallen, but who will join us through the internet. For them, we have not forgotten you for the moment. We will have a quick look at our two guests here today at the topic of envisioning a global sustainable future. We have talked quite a lot about policy changes that need to be made in order to reach net zero. We have also argued when we need to reach net zero. We also talked about quite intensively about how society as a whole, but also we as individual parts of it, have to change, whether we have to change our habits. Now the big question is, how can we lift sustainability from an individual's decision, from a nation's decision on a global level to reach a global system where carbon neutrality is only one part in a cohesive system of eco-friendliness and also sustainability that is not only thought about on an environmental way, but also in a social and a financial way. With me today, I have here two guests. To my right, we have Professor Dr. Christoph Frey. You are here from University St. Gallen and you are dealing with the history of political ideas and international relations. You are also a member of the Board of Trustees at Liberal Institute in Zurich. Christoph, it's great to have you here today. Could you please introduce us to yourself to us so that we know what links you to this topic of sustainability on a global level?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for a very friendly introduction. What links me, or what does actually link me to the topic at hand? I am probably the only panelist here who could not possibly boast that there is something like a natural link or anything. You've just mentioned it, history of political ideas and constitutional international law. And even political science does not really, make you the born specialist when we talk about sustainability.
So interest, yes. I'm a citizen. I'm a taxpayer. I'm also, as a scholar, I'm trying to understand what on earth is going on. And what I'm trying to say is, even if you're not an expert, you cannot help being affected and concerned in so many ways. And so that is one of the reasons why, I don't know when it was, I joined the advisory board or the board of trustees of oikos here at the university. But I could not, and I don't want to pretend that I'm an expert in terms of sustainability. And if I may provoke you a little bit, I think sustainability has become an empty kind of notion. It's a weasel word. What does it mean? It's like democracy. Everybody uses it, but everybody uses it in a different manner. And so we will probably have to talk about what on earth we mean when we say sustainability and challenges. So I invite all of us not to use those weasel words too many times. But that's not what you wanted to hear. So I'm not an expert.
That's definitely a valid point, but it's the buzzword that's always going around. So if we are talking about whatever on a global level, let it be sustainability, then we have already the first problem. You mentioned it. Everyone defines sustainability in a different way. And given your background also in international relations, this brings me to the question, how can you foster international relations? How can you build common ground between international actors on what sustainability is? And do you have precedents from your research in international relations that could serve us as a guideline in this global crisis?
Oh my goodness. Well, let me answer as follows. One plausible way of approaching the problem of sustainability really is in looking at what they used to say about sustainability when the word itself was not there. For example, political philosophy. What do you find? And yes, it's quite a bit. It's quite a lot. You learn to leave a place or to treat resources as if you were not the owner of the resources, but a steward. It's the idea of stewardship. And we're all stewards. We're not here to use things in order to destroy and to do as we please. No, we are highly developed animals that are not supposed to leave something behind, or to leave it behind in a way that will make it impossible for everybody else to go on living. And that's an idea that harks back for centuries. I wouldn't say that Plato or Aristotle put it that way, but the idea of leaving things behind as you find them, the idea of stewardship when it comes to resources, that's a very old idea. And one principle that I have always admired, also in terms of classical liberal philosophy, is the idea of subsidiarity. You solve your own problems, but you don't create problems for others. Do not make others pay for what you do. So that's an age-old idea, going back to Catholic ethics of the 12th and 13th century. And we tend to forget what subsidiarity is all about, in that we do tend, especially in politics and political systems nowadays, to leave behind problems that we are not solving, but we leave them to our children. Talking about financial sustainability, we're not financially sustainable, even in our so open and so enlightened democracies. We're not really sustainable in financial terms, which is not good.
Thanks for that input, Christoph. From classic liberalism, we now come to American liberalism. Zach Exley. Zach, you have been working on Bernie Sanders' 2016 presidential campaign. You are the co-founder of the Justice Democrats. You were one main driver in electing many young people, many new members also to Congress in the midterm elections and also in the 2020 elections. You are dealing with the question how we can mobilize society in order to make this change that we talked about today, that we all need to make this change possible. What, in your opinion, is the way how can we win society over to really make that change?
Yeah, these are such exciting questions, and also thank you for having me here. I happen to be in Europe, so I'm really happy to be able to attend in person. I think I also want to say I agree with Christoph that the word sustainability has become kind of meaningless. I also happen to agree about what you said about democracy, about the word democracy and that concept becoming a bit meaningless too. My judgment might be, slanted because of the country I come from and the struggles we've been having in our democracy lately. But I think all of the values that Christoph just articulated, I agree with all of those. And then the question is, how do we actually act on that to make a concrete, difference in the physical world? And that's the part that activists and environmentalists, I count myself in both of those categories. I spend time with people who call themselves activists and environmentalists and organizers. But what I find is that in these circles, for some reason, we are convinced that the solutions to our problems cannot lie in the physical world of machines and infrastructure. But when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to climate change especially, the problem is ultimately created. Let's take climate change, let's take greenhouse gases being emitted. They're being emitted by machines. There's a few billion machines in the world that are emitting various greenhouse gases, and that's destroying our planet. We have this very real, mundane job of dismantling those machines and replacing them with machines that do similar jobs, but without putting greenhouse gases into the air. Now, environmentalists hate this idea. My friends, many of my friends hate this idea because they want the burden to fall, they feel in their bones, and I do feel this myself. We want the burden to fall on us, we should be able to do things differently. We shouldn't be using these machines. We shouldn't be running these machines. But when you take that apart and actually look at our day-to-day lives, even the day-to-day lives of the most conscious, most careful people, those lives are totally unsustainable with the machines we have. So if we want basic things like bicycles, they're going to be machines that make steel, that make rubber, that put it all together. The bike lanes, that takes a lot of work to do that kind of thing. And, so we've got a job ahead of us. And yeah, of course our behavior needs to change, but I'll tell you, behavior change happens much, much easier, maybe 1,000 times easier, when the infrastructure around you and the physical world around you changes. We don't have bike lanes in the city where I live, and guess what? Nobody rides a bike. It's the same climate as here. It's warmer even. Nobody rides a bike. Who built the bike lanes? And did they just get built by individuals saying, gee, I'd really love a bike lane in my neighborhood? No, there were political processes. And this is why I think your field is exactly the right one, Christoph, to solve these problems, because we have to figure out, how did the generations that built all this stuff that we have, how did they come together and do those things? As any American who comes to Europe, I always just marvel at the trains, and the public transportation. And if only we had this in the US. But our democracy is even so much more broken than it is here, and has been broken for longer. And that's the difference. And I'm gonna ask a question. I'm just curious what people in the room think. I just looked this up on my way here. What do you think is the difference between the carbon emitted per capita, per person in Switzerland versus the United States? Is it, 5% more, 1%, or sorry, 1 times more, 100% more? Let's see, how can we do this?
We're taking numbers?
Yes, raise your hand if you think it's 2 times more in the US than Switzerland or less. Raise your hand if it, have you already looked this up too? You all know this, you're so proud of it.
There are no answers, they're just best guesses. I saw half a hand up there.
Okay. Raise your hand if it's 2 times or less. Raise your hand if it's 3 times more or less. I mean, that's a lot, right? No, it's 4 times. We have 4 times the carbon emissions in the US. But you know what? We don't actually live that different. In fact, most people in the US are far, far worse off and have less in their lives. Materially, they have less than people in Switzerland. But that difference is because your machines here they emit less greenhouse gases. They're more efficient. And you have bike lanes, so.
As someone who was working for an American company for 5 years, I know that problem.
Yes.
It's not only bike lanes, it's also for pedestrians. It's sometimes a nightmare.
Yes. Yeah.
But thank you, Zach, for this first impression. And before we jump over to our guests that join us virtually, we have not forgotten you. We have a video message from Sandrine Dixon de Clève, Vice President from Club of Rome. And before we switch over to you, we will have her video message first.
Dear participants of the Oikos Conference 2021, as co-president of the Club of Rome, I would like to greet you and say I'm sorry that I can't be with you. Clearly, this is the time of virtual. And so the reason why I am bringing forward my message is because we do not have a huge amount of time to ensure that we truly shift towards a sustainable future. Since 1972, and next year is our 50th anniversary of the Limits to Growth, we have been indicating at the Club of Rome that the original scenarios that we demonstrated, if we continued to follow the business as usual scenarios, that we actually would be constraining ourselves due to continuous population growth and the use of resources way beyond the carrying capacity of the Earth. We are now in a decisive decade. And this decisive decade means that we actually have what we call in the food system dialogue, 9 harvests. We have to make these 9 harvests count. We have to shift in a variety of ways that truly do create a system shift and a paradigm shift in our economies, in our financial systems, and in some of the areas that we are so dependent on. For example, our fossil energy system. We can no longer be dependent on fossil energy. We have to completely wean ourselves off oil and gas, and we need to do it within this decade. We have to divest, we have to shift subsidies, and we have to triple investments in renewables and energy efficiency. But that's not enough. We have to move towards circular and regenerative economies, towards also a basis of a shared economy. And what's interesting when we speak to, for example, to the next generation is that many of the youth are already shifting. Many of them don't necessarily have car ownership. Many of them actually would prefer using a very different type of mobility system that offers different possibilities from getting from A to B. So we can actually create this transformation because we know that we have the technologies that we need. We know that we can shift the capital and get out from the existing perverse system, which is not enabling us to actually move towards sustainability. But the key question is, do we have the political will? The conversation has to be around ensuring that we have the regulatory frameworks that enable industry to shift, but also create those ambitious objectives that force industry to create, to innovate, and to move fast enough. But we also have to bring people on the journey. That's the just transition. That's ensuring that there is a place for everyone, even the most vulnerable, in being able to truly address well-being, to be part of a well-being future rather than to continue to struggle, whether it be through hunger or poverty, and that could be in the north as well as in the south. So our challenge now is this decisive decade must be the shift from an unsustainable lifestyle to a sustainable lifestyle, to making the Sustainable Development Goals real, not just a checklist. We have our planetary emergency plan, which already 3 years ago gave the key actions, many of which I have already put before you. It's not as if we do not have the solutions. We need the political will. And you can see behind me the Tin rocket. And I always come back to the fact that our mission does not have to be a moonshot. It must be a planet shot. So I wish you well in your conversations. I wish you well in terms of the next year of actions that you decide to implement yourself and with your networks and throughout your value chain, so we can truly make this the decade of action.
Although I'm very well aware that she cannot hear us, big thank you to Sandrine also for this call to action, which is really an urgent one. And with that, we come to our virtual guests we also have here. And the next one in the round is Dr. Pushpam Kumar. Pushpam, you're senior advisor at the United Nations Environmental Program. You are focusing on the integration of material science with conservation goals. And you also say green economy is not optional. What, in your opinion, is this green economy? How should it look like? And how quickly can we actually implement it based from where we're coming from?
Thank you very much, and very happy to be here, and thanks for your very kind words. See, the way the economy is moving, or at least has moved in last 70 years, you can see that the material output has multiplied. Population has also grown up, but still the per capita material output has gone up by 5 to 6 times, at least since 1950s. That is the time when we say that the Anthropocene has emerged, the dominance of human being. So the output has gone up by 5 to 6 times. And certainly on some yardstick, the well-being has also improved. But this has brought a tremendous pressure for the planet. And what we call in the UN system is planetary crisis. And there are many aspects of it, but 3 of them are most important. Climate, which has been discussed here, also biodiversity and pollution. Pollution may not be the reality of the north, or not as pronounced as in the south. But certainly we have pollution in the north as well. But climate change, we all know that we are not going to be within 1.5 degrees Celsius target as we agreed in Paris in 2015. Pollution, we know that 7% of GDP globally and around 9 million people are dying every year from air pollution alone. If you include water pollution and noise pollution and plastics, marine litter, the cost, the magnitude of damage could be very, very high. And biodiversity, we are running the risk of making 1 million species as endangered. This comes from IPBES. We were in Kunming in Conference of Parties of CPD, and there also the concern and the consensus is in black and white that we need action. What I'm trying to highlight, that this 5 to 6 times increase in material growth per capita has put planet under tremendous pressure. Now you have 2 options. One option is that you become very passionate and green followers and say, we don't want anything. We just want what the Chinese say, the ecological civilization. So green rock, the clear air, the clear sky, and clean water, or we want biodiversity at any cost. The other guys could be, we want economic growth, we want GDP, we want investment, we want trade. Okay, there are two disjunct sides. Now, the challenge is to bring the two sides and integrate the two sides so that we have, I know people don't like sustainable or sustainability, and I agree with them. This is a word which has become the meaning, everybody has a meaning for themselves. So, but if we think about the future, we have to integrate the two sides, the biophysical side with the materials science, the economics. And how do we do that? That is the challenge, and it can be done. Now, whether it is investment, the consumption, distribution, and production, at every stage, the concern of the planet, whether it is forest, topsoil, groundwater, marine, coast, biodiversity, and the quality of air and water can be integrated. You want the methods, it is available. There is no hedginess on that. And that is what various reports and the scientific evidence, the latest coming from UK in the form of the Dasgupta Review for Economics of Biodiversity done by the UK's Treasury, HM Treasury. And there have been many instances where the scientists and the economists have agreed on the methodology, how the integration can be done. Now the question is whether we have the willpower, whether we have the political mind, and that is where the forum like this, the discourse like this will raise awareness and provide a compelling arguments to the political masters to carve a pathways of development, to carve a pathways for sustainability where integration of nature or mainstreaming of nature into economics, into economy can be really done. I think that is my humble thought to share with you, but I will be very happy to take any questions or comments if needed further. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, and I think we will have quite a lot of discussion ongoing in the second part of today's panel. Before we come to that, I want to hand over to Francisco. Francisco, good morning to Costa Rica. Great to have you here today. We are talking to your, let's say, colleagues from Fridays for Future here from Europe already earlier today. But it would be really interesting to me also to get your position from Costa Rica. When you organize for change, when you try to convince people of a more sustainable future, how is your impression? Are people approachable? Are they open to change, or do you face struggles when trying to bring out your message?
Well, hello, good morning, and good afternoon for the people that are there in Switzerland. Well, yes, here in Costa Rica, it's a little bit different from Europe. And I will need to divide these thoughts among two kind of people, you know, like society in general, civil society, and politicians. It's easier in my country to approach to people. Why? Because I don't know if you're aware of it, but since in my country we created since the last century a series of policies related with protection, conservation, and sustainable growth, sustainable development. Then the people is more aware of why we need to be green and to create employees and to grow the economy based on nature and based on protection and conservation, marine conservation, forest conservation, among others. So when we try to approach people, it's easy, and they know that this is a need, because we are from a region that will be so affected for the effects of climate change. Because if, for example, by 2050, and I agree with Dr. Kumar that if we continue in this kind of growth, we want to meet the 1.5 degrees by 2050. My country will be one of the most affected areas. Some of the regions will be underwater. We will have several droughts and all that. So citizens here, they believe in climate change, and they need that, and they know that there's a need to do something. That's why Fridays for Future here have become a success in terms of youth participation, and also a success in terms of how we approach to civil society. However, politicians on the other side, some of them don't believe in climate change. I think that this is more common than we imagine. I mean, we have lots of climate deniers. I'm not gonna mention names, but I know that the politicians that doesn't believe in climate change or doesn't think that this is a real thing. So yes, when we try to approach the politicians, that's a little bit more difficult. When we try to approach to congressmen, that becomes a real challenge in order to try to change things and to keep the things in the way that they are going right now. Because some politicians just want to explore other fields related with fossil fuels, for example, and things like that. So they're trying to destroy what my country created in the last couple of decades. So yes, it's quite hard. It's quite difficult to approach politicians and to try to change their minds and how they think that development should be made for us and for a tiny country like Costa Rica. However, what I really would like to highlight in this is that even though it's hard to approach to them, the young people of my country and the whole world, I think, they do not give up. They continue and they keep trying to not only approach but also to change their minds and to work together. I mean, there should be a way to work with, even with people that don't think that this is a real thing and a real issue and one of the main challenges of our humanity. So that's the main importance right now, I think, like not only the youth participation, but also how we are trying to change things and yes, to change their minds. But yeah, I think that in Costa Rica we have more positive things than the bad ones. And I know that, for example, yesterday you were talking to a girl from Fridays for Future Uruguay, South America. That's a whole different situation between the region. So I think that's one of the things that allow us to have a successful in my country based on our background and our history of conservation and actual sustainable development.
Thanks a lot, Francisco. You brought up one very interesting issue to me, and I want to follow up on that a bit. You said that you have some kind of consensus in the Costa Rican society that there is a danger that you have to act against it. You have also a history of reforms and of, use that word, sustainability that is part of the society, I would say. But on the other hand, you have a political class where you say you don't see that urgency, you don't see that determination. Does that create tensions within the society? And if so, how do you as a society deal with that?
Well, it creates a little bit of tension. But since our country, I don't know, I mean, they called us, and this is funny because some other people, mainly people from Latin America, they call Costa Rica the Switzerland of Central America, because we always have this peaceful point of views, and we always try to solve everything with dialogue and all that. So even though there's tension and there's quite hard times when we are talking about sustainability and environmental protection and all these things that we built in the past, and now some politicians today are trying to erase, to delete it. We always find a way to dialogue and to try to find out a solution between civil society, between civil society, politicians, I don't know, indigenous people, and all those civil actors and or non-state actors even. So yes, that's how we try it, and that's how we do these things, mainly with the Congress, because I'm not gonna lie, at least the representatives of the government, of the executive power, they have a strong agenda on conservation and sustainability, but at least we always find a way to solve these things, and also there's another thing that helps us to do it, and to try to find a common point between all the different views, and it's how the world see Costa Rica, how the world how the world perceives our agenda and the things that we do. I mean, for example, last week Costa Rica won a prize on the Earthshot Environmental Prize given by the Prince of UK, Prince William. I'm sorry if I forgot his name, but whatever. So Costa Rica won the Earthshot Prize based on our payment for environmental services, a well-known and a successful also policy based on conservation. So due to these things, due to the view that the world has for Costa Rica, and since we know that the world is taking a look and is watching us, civil society and politicians always find a way to reduce this kind of different point of views, or try to find a way to find a common point of view, or to build something together, even though it's hard, but we try, we do our best we can.
Thanks a lot. And before handing over to Jan, I have still not forgotten you. I would quickly come back to you, Christopher, because you are from Switzerland, or as I will start saying from today onwards, the Costa Rica of Central Europe. You know how to be in a society where dialogue is key, also in politics, and where also decision making can take some time. So if we're talking about leveraging individual actions, bringing them on a global scale, I think you have the perfect experience how it is, how difficult it could be to find common ground and to start radical reform that is necessary. Could you elaborate quickly on how you think this is problematic and whether you think there is a solution for this?
I think you're being way too nice with the political system of Switzerland. And I will tell you why. Look at the last 25 years and how we have done politics in Switzerland. While we do believe that we are the Costa Rica of the world, probably, or of Europe, in terms of having the very best, that is most inclusive, basically democratic system all over the place, the output legitimacy of that system has been suffering badly. Let me be much more concrete. In Switzerland, as it is right now, we have developed such an inclusive political system that no matter what we're talking about, most everybody has a veto. Most everybody can block decisions by telling everybody else, I do not agree. The Swiss political system, as it is probably one of the best, one of the sweetest political systems that have been developed throughout history. Don't get me wrong. But we're not talking about continuing in the mode of compromise and negotiations with the environment. This is not about, decarbonization 2050 or 2040. We have absolutely no idea what those 10 years will do. The thing is, on the other side, it's not a subject in terms of person, it's the environment. So I'm not so optimistic as you guys seem to be about the capacity of an all-inclusive political system to reach what Sandrine, so aptly labeled, we do not have the political will. By far the biggest problem in terms of challenges that we face in Switzerland is that we fail to develop a political will and then go through with the political will. And there are plenty of good examples. Look at how Switzerland for 12 years now has not been able to develop a political will on how to deal with the European Union. This is ridiculous. We don't even develop a political will on how to reform our pension schemes in Switzerland. And this has been going on for about 20 years. So now we're looking at much more major challenges, such as the one that we're talking about. And we tend to believe that this all-inclusive political system will do the trick if we're just being nice to each other, talk, and agree to keep talking all the time, thereby postponing goals. Or, sometimes I feel like we're so good at wording, articulating targets and goals, but usually there are about 2035, 2040, and then you go and have dinner. It will not do. It will certainly not do. So what I'm trying to say is, let's not dwell in complacency, sit here and pretend that technology will do the job for us, and since we're at it, I do not believe for 1 second that decarbonization in itself will save us. That's just a bet, and it may be true, but it may not be true. So the few things that we do know is that we should really reduce, carbon dioxide, and quickly. And we do have a few certainties that science is telling us, and I feel we're not actually being very rational about these things, especially in Germany and Switzerland. We tend to be more ideological about these things and then pretend technology on the one hand and the best political system in the world on the other hand will save us. And I don't want to kill enthusiasm, Francisco, but I wonder whether you should really strive to be like Switzerland, because if you do so, you will keep increasing the number of veto players in the system, and you will make it harder to provide society with a political will worthy of the name.
Thanks a lot, Christopher. And that was also the reason why I wanted to have your opinion on this now, because our last panelist for today is Jan Olsson. Jan is currently starting his master in public policy at University of Oxford. I know that pretty well because Jan and I know us quite some time. Jan, you are also part of the Liberal Party in Germany of FDP. Last time we saw each other, we were playing Mario Kart on Twitch roughly 4 weeks ago. But you are also dealing with the question of politics and economics, and also you are dealing with I would say, the linkage between the policy side on the one hand, but also the finance side, where you had some professional experience already. From your point of view, would you agree with what Christopher said? What keeps us from implementing these changes, these policies that science gives us such clear evidence we should do?
Yeah, thank you, Valentin, for the very kind introduction. And thank you very much for having me. Maybe before addressing your questions, a few words about myself. I'm Jan Olsson from Germany, 24 years old. and calling in from Oxford, as you mentioned. And you also mentioned that before I went to Oxford, I worked at a venture capital firm that invests in climate technology. And what was special about the firm that I was working for was that we took a very quantitative approach in assessing the possible investment targets. So we said 100 million, 100 megatons of carbon abatement. This is the threshold which companies that we look at need need to fulfill. And so a lot of the stuff that I looked at was technology in hard to decarbonize sectors, such as green hydrogen, cement, innovations in the chemical industry, and not so much things like carbon accounting software that does not really have a large carbon abatement potential. So looking at hardware and how to decarbonize sectors is one touch point that I had with sustainability. And the other one, as you correctly mentioned, is also running for office in Germany, where the federal elections recently took place. And one key takeaway that I derived from both these experiences, so you could say that I partially disagree also with what my predecessor said, was that a key part to any solution in combating climate change, in my opinion, is technology. Because what we're seeing with many products, fossil-free alternative products, what we're seeing is that many of these technologies are there already. Synthetic fuels, carbon capture, green concrete, green electricity, green hydrogen. We have these technologies at hand, but what we're seeing is that these technologies often entail a very large so-called green premium, meaning essentially an additional cost that comes with carbon-free alternatives. And I think in order to reduce the so-called green premium, we need to tackle it from two ways. The first way, this is probably where I agree with my previous speaker, is definitely policy interventions and also global policy interventions. I think if I were the Green Party in Germany, I would be very much eyeing the foreign ministry as well, because you're seeing that climate change is somewhat shifting from a political issue where you put it in one basket with human rights and these sorts of things, to a hard policy issue where you would discuss things like trade and military. And so in order to reduce this green premium, you need policy changes, especially in international politics, but also you need more investment in clean tech and climate tech technologies. And from my experience in this field, I can definitely say that a good combination of public and private investment is essential for achieving this. Because in the venture capital world, where in the last 10 years, a lot has been focused on software investments, so very asset-light business models, what you're seeing is that in the climate tech world, things tend to be very asset-heavy. So, for instance, when you're programming a dating app, it's not much capital required. You maybe need 2 software engineers that put together the thing. And then you need maybe $1 million as initial capital investment, and that's the deal. However, if you are producing reactors for the production of synthetic fuels, something that is extremely capital intensive, and initially for private investors, not an attractive investment to make, you also need significant sources of government funding to support these kinds of startups. So to wrap it up, in my opinion, what is needed to ensure a globally sustainable future, technology plays a key role, and we need to reduce the green premium that many of the technologies at hand still have. And we can do this by first ensuring effective policy measures, and second, technological advancement, because I think that technology is also a way that enables us or allows us to scale climate mitigation efforts globally. That would be it. I'm very much looking forward to an interesting discussion around it.
Thanks a lot, Jan. I think what would be very interesting to me, but also potentially for the audience, we now had the impression of a representative democracy like Switzerland, almost unique in the world. We had the impression from Germany, a parliamentary democracy where decision-making processes, I can say that from own experience, can be tediously long as well. On the other hand, you have systems where you should assume that things go quicker if you want them. For example, a presidential democracy like the US is. Zach, my question to you, do you think this could be an advantage, especially if you have to change quickly, that decision-making is accelerated, or do you see rather the risk that if the wrong person is in place, and I'm not saying that we had some cases in the last few years, that it might be rather worse for the climate?
I have an opinion on this question about the systems, and it's that no matter what system you have, let's say no matter what kind of democracy you have, the thing that's going to determine whether you can get stuff done and determine what you get done is if there's leadership. And that means individual people, usually grouped into a political party, but not always, especially these days. And so if there's, and I think if you look at the last, now here's where I'm no expert, right? But in political science, but just as a ordinary person reading the history of politics and how things get done in the economy, in all the sectors of our society, if you look at the last couple hundred years, on Earth, there have been societies where incredible transformations have taken place in a very short time. And I think if you, now we haven't had any societies yet, except for Costa Rica, that have gone through dramatic transformations and become zero carbon and zero pollution and everything else, right? Because I agree with what a lot of people today have said, which is that just decarbonizing is not the answer. We're destroying the planet in so many ways, and we haven't seen a transformation that ends that. But we have seen transformations in the past that were equally as huge and disruptive, and that just, where literally half of the GDP, half of the effort of the country went into a singular goal, right? Now, sometimes that was a war. Sometimes, like in the United States, very few people in the United States were involved in fighting in World War II. But everybody was involved in producing, and we transformed our economy and we doubled it in size in just like 4 years. It was just a totally astounding transformation, and that happened under a democracy. But then in several countries in Europe, after World War II, again, these political parties, sometimes coalitions, took power with a vision and a mission, and they went for it, and they transformed, they created in some countries, these political parties, these leaders, transformed their societies into places where just about everybody had their needs met, and had their needs met pretty well. And the world had never seen that before. And that wasn't done by some political system. It wasn't done by technology. It was done by people who led, who in these cases, though, because it was democracy, they organized the support of the people of the country. And they did mobilize technology. They mobilized companies, they mobilized the state, they mobilized the population, and they built something incredible that we take for granted, that we don't realize how incredible it is, what was created here. And I think we can do that again, and I don't think that any kind of particular political system prevents it from happening. I think that, in the US, yeah, everybody wants in the US, progressives all want a multi-party proportional representation system. But then some people in proportional representation systems say, oh my gosh, now we have another coalition, and how are we going to ever get anything done because the FDP is just going to veto everything and stop everything. Just kidding, just kidding. But where is that leadership, right? And that's the problem. Mm-hmm. When it comes to the kind of people that want to save the planet, for some reason, we hate the very idea of leadership. And yeah, there are historical reasons for that. I did a bunch of talks all around Germany on the topic of leadership, which was a big concept in the Obama campaign. This was many years ago. And like a total idiot, I didn't realize why it was so difficult to have this conversation. And for some reason, we're just against taking action using the power of the state in a democracy where you get people to agree, where there are constitutional protections. We're against this, right? And for some reason, it's people on the right that are much more into this. And so you have seen a number of countries around the world where leadership is on display. And my country is one of them, where a leader, sometimes with a party, sometimes creating a party on the fly after their election, comes to power and just starts either standing for really horrible things or standing for really horrible things and doing really horrible things, Luckily, a lot of these right-wing leaders and parties, the minute they get in power, they're just this is boring. I have to sit in meetings. I have to think about stuff. And so they're out the minute they get in. But eventually, we're going to get one of these right-wing parties that is not so dragged down and is by their crazy behavior and other problems. But I hope that before that happens, I hope that people that are trying to save the planet and that want a world that works for everybody will get it together and figure out how to lead.
Thanks for that, Zach. Leadership, of course, depending on the region, Germany, good example, is always a difficult construct, but leadership is not only the legal point of view or the authority to execute some punitive action. It's also leadership of meaning. And this brings me to the next question, and I'd like to ask that to Pushpam, because of course we need to somehow leverage this, not only on a by country level, which would be also difficult to promote to their own people if only that particular country is saving the climate, but on a global level. When I now look at the situation as it is, I think it's pretty difficult to find common ground on a global basis, and I also don't see some kind of leadership in this case. So my question to you, Pushpam, would be, if we bring sustainability, and I do not open the discussion on what sustainability is, otherwise we're sitting here tomorrow, but if we bring sustainability on a global level, how could leadership on a global level look like in order to convince people all around the world that there is one cohesive, one unifying project that we all have to follow?
Thank you very much. See, the kind of world we have right now, we have 7 billion plus people, 200 plus countries with different expectations and aspirations. So we need, it is practically impossible to have a very clean, sanitized, coherent, single project on which 200 countries would agree on every aspect. However, we can have the global lamp post. You had your SDG Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals, you had 244 indicators and the targets. Now, countries agreed. They came in New York and everybody was there, including Pope, and they signed. Similarly, you had Paris Agreement. You know that it was difficult we have been moving from one conference of parties to another, starting from, at least from Kyoto, and finally Kyoto to Mexico, to Copenhagen, and to Paris, and we had the agreement. So, although there are problems, we all know that there are some lack of well-defined steps. We also know that, but at least under one roof, the entire world came and agreed. So I would say there is no lack of leadership or global goals. They are there. However, there is much more than this which can be done in terms of providing a set of teeth to this global ambition, which becomes binding for the member states, for the nations to really act upon it. And that is not only about climate, it's not only about biodiversity, it is also about global equity, it is the diffusion and transfer of technology. You see, under COVAX program, we had 10 billion doses of vaccine, which was promised, but only 1 billion has been released. Only 2 to 3% African population has been vaccinated so far, while many countries, they are hoarding the vaccines. So that is where, ethics, the political pressures, sense of justice and fairness, compassion have to come, and then the things will move. Now, to answer your specific questions, there are global targets, there are global goals in biodiversity, in climate, there's no dearth of it. The challenge is the implementation. Our colleagues, fellow colleagues, were also mentioning about net zero targets. Most of the European countries have come forward. China has, or at least said that by 2060, they will achieve this. But what is after this leak, projects and the informations? India, for example, has no clear plan. And their problem is really challenging because at least in foreseeable future, they can't get rid of the coal. And we know the coal is the problem. Now, how to make the technology transfer the real operational, that is where the challenge lies, so that country like India or Nigeria or Egypt can be put back on the track. Their leadership also agrees, but global leadership have to come forward. Now, is there enough? I think the UN is trying its best, given its resource and the bandwidth, but we need to make it more stronger, more effective to tackle some of the global challenges. I will stop here.
Thanks a lot. And I think on a global policy perspective, we see the UN already. We also see the European Union pushing forward recently. But if we are talking about climate change in general, and I ask for global leadership, I think most people, not only here in this room, but also if I go outside and ask on the street, if there's one person they connect to climate change and the fight against climate change, most people would say Greta Thunberg from Sweden. So my question to you, Francisco, if I look at the situation at Fridays for Future, there are some people who are saying Fridays for Future is a movement to combat climate change. And it should focus on that. And others are saying Fridays for Future is more holistic movement, also focusing on alternatives to capitalism, to feminism, to anti-racism. What's your opinion on a environmental point of view? Does it help to broaden its scope and also to reach out to other perspective, or could it even harm the movement? Could it harm the case for the environment if too many other issues are loaded onto the platform of Fridays for Future, where many people that support the climate activities of Fridays for Future cannot find themselves in. What's your opinion on this?
Okay, well, it's quite hard. First of all, it's relevant to say that Fridays for Future movement is not the same worldwide. I mean,
it's not even the same in Germany. Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. But however, since we are not like kind of the same movement worldwide, we adjust our movement or our dynamics to every country, to each country, because that we need to do that in order to achieve so many things. However, answering to your question, it's difficult. It's difficult when it comes to try to approach or to take into account so many differences, so many point of views, or so many, try to include everything in one environmental movement is hard. And that's when people tends to try to reduce the impact that a youth movement can do for policy making, policy change, and participation in so many spaces. I don't want to talk about the situation of Fridays for Future worldwide, because it's quite different from the reality here in Costa Rica or in Latin America. I will talk about Latin America as a region, and I think it's more relevant for me to talk about that instead of worldwide, because first of all, I'm not related with the reality of the European movement. Even though I'm part of the global movement, I'm not part of that kind of actions that they're taking. Because in Latin America, as I said, the reality is so different. So here, that we try to do in order to avoid this kind of inconvenience or incidents or issues with people that don't feel related with Fridays for Future, is to try to give the opportunity to speak up and to I don't know, to try to influence inside the movement, to try to change something inside the movement. So we try to include indigenous people, but something that sometimes in some regions they don't do. And with that way, including so many voices, not only and so many actions, not only striking or doing strikes every single Fridays, but that's not something we do in Costa Rica. Trying to do other political actions and other political ways to influence people. It's the way that we've been trying to change how people feel or don't feel related with Fridays for Future movement, especially young people. In this region, in the Latin American region, we haven't faced the issue that the young people don't feel related with Fridays for Future. On the contrary, feminist movements, LGBTQ plus movements, indigenous movements, they all feel related in some way with Fridays for Future. I don't know if that's the same thing in Europe. Here in Latin America, we try to not make Fridays for Future or not to relate Fridays for Future only with, for example, Greta Thunberg. Because that's something that most of the Fridays for Future movement does. And we don't want to do that, because we have amazing activists in here and we have amazing people that are working so hard. So in order to make people feel related with Fridays for Future, in order to make people feel that they are part of Fridays for Future, we're trying to tropicalize Fridays for Future movement, trying to not just as I said before, doing strikes every single Friday. It's about including people in a way that they feel related with the movement. Not only that, tell them, hey, we are Fridays for Future, the Greta Thunberg's movement. We are not the Greta Thunberg's movement. We are the environmentalists, the young people's movement that are trying to change something, even though it's hard, by including as many voices as we can. And to do so, we need to make people feel related, and in order to achieve that, well, we need to tropicalize our movement. But that's how we're doing the things right here in Latin America. I don't know if that's kind of answered your question, but if don't, I could extend a little bit more.
Thanks a lot, Francisco. I have one final question to Jan before we move over into the third part of our discussion, the questions from the audience. And that would be, Jan, you see there's a lot of activism on the streets, also in Germany. There's a lot of enthusiasm. There's a lot of motivation to keep things going. But at the same time, there's still not really an agreed channel on how to channel this enthusiasm into real public policy that then makes a change. You are focusing on public policy, you are dealing with issues like that. What would you say would be the optimal way, or if there is an optimal way, what are potential ways for young people that really want to engage, that want to see some changes? What would you advise them?
I would advise them to also go into party politics. And people often don't want to hear that because, as you probably also know, Valentin, party politics can be dirty. It's not always the greatest fun or best to be engaged in the party. But I think constitutionally, at least in Germany, parties are still the best way in which you can actually affect change. And also within parties, to address the question, I think there are things that we need to change. For instance, in political science, there's this thing called issue ownership, where you speak about how certain issues tend to favor certain political parties. So for instance, climate change has traditionally been an issue that has been owned by the Green Party, or social justice has been an issue that's been owned by the Social Democratic Party. Or economic growth and finance traditionally have been a topic that has been associated with my party, with the FDP. And I think climate change is a topic that is too important to leave only to the Green Party. So what we think we must do, in my opinion, is kind of steal the issue ownership from the Green Party away in some regards. And as you mentioned very correctly, and as all my previous speakers mentioned correctly, this requires leadership. And there's this really good saying by an economist, Gregory Mankiw: politicians are not our public leaders, politicians are our public followers. And in some respect, especially in party politics, where the incentive structures are so that you try to be in line in what members of the party want, because they are the ones that are voting you into office or into certain positions. I think it takes leadership, and also in the US, you can see that climate change is traditionally an issue that has been owned by the Democratic Party. Al Gore made big progress on this topic, advocating for change. But now it's been kind of become a consensus that if climate change is up on the agenda of topics that are being discussed, this is something that favors the Democrats in the debate. And therefore Republicans, I see them on a path to just ignoring the problem. So to your question, I would say engaging in party politics is extremely important. And secondly, within parties, taking leadership and initiative to bring this on the agenda.
Thanks a lot, Jan. Thanks a lot, all of you. I could keep this discussion running for at least 2 or 3 more hours, but we don't have that time because we want to make this also interactive. And as we have seen twice this morning, our audience is really interested in the topic and is interested in getting your opinion on certain topics. Therefore, my question to the audience, do you have questions? Do you have also input from your side to our guests? And I already see one hand rising in the second row to the very right. And ideally specify to whom you are posing the question.
Okay, yeah, thank you first of all for this very insightful talk and great panel. I'm posing the question to the both gentlemen who are with us here. So at the beginning you talked about the problem of political will when it comes to solving certain problems. And I want to, kind of make the transition to, let's say, goals like the 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees even, and ask whether you think, as it is quite unlikely that we'll actually achieve these goals, whether you think that is a problem of political will, and that on the other hand would mean if we would have the correct political will or would actually formulate the ultimate goal that we would need to stay below a certain temperature increase to save humanity. Do you think it's, as I said, it's a problem of the political will or the way we formulate our goals, or is it actually, the whole structure, how politics is built and all these things you discussed just now?
Zach, do you want to start?
Sure. I think political will, it's another one of those words where it's hard to pin down what we mean by it. And usually in the US, when activists are talking about political will, or the media is talking about political will, they usually mean like the public, and what the public feels and what they want. But I think if you just look at how public opinion works, if you just look at it, how it has worked over the last 100 years, it again goes back to leadership. And there are some, really striking examples in the US, for example. One just happened with Donald Trump. The Republican Party, the thing that the Republican Party was the most associated with before Trump was free trade, free trade, laissez-faire capitalism. And Trump came in and was completely against free trade. And when under Trump's presidency, when there were going to be some bailouts around COVID with bailing out corporations, Trump started saying something that no Democrat would ever dream of saying because it was too left wing. He was saying, if we're going to bail these companies out, we should get an ownership stake, right? When Trump was campaigning, he was talking far to the left on some economic issues of even Franklin Roosevelt, So, and guess what happened to the Republican Party base, to public opinion among Republicans? It completely flipped, and everybody wound up backing Trump. And I could give you a few other examples of where this happened in American history. So I think part of it is that, the people are ready to go do something and do something big if they can see a path to do it. And if they're given a way to participate. And in my first job out of college, I worked as a union organizer. And every time, in America, workers have elections to win a union, and it's shop by shop, right? And every time we were able to give workers a vision of a path to where they could actually get the union and win stuff, we'd win with huge margins. And where we could not achieve that, we would lose by huge margins. It didn't have anything to do with, that some groups of workers were pro-union and other groups of workers were not pro-union, So, and in our societies, in democracies, it's leaders working usually in political parties, but not always, that put that path on the table. And so I'm just saying that the political will among the public can just change overnight. With leadership, but I think I agree with Jan that unfortunately our leaders have been acting like followers.
Just to throw that in, what Joris said yesterday, he was actually talking to, and in a conversation with me, he said, Actually, something which I would want to follow up with, when Kennedy, I think, wanted to go to the moon, right? There was no path for it, but he said, okay, in 10 years, we want to be on the moon. Nobody knew how to get there. So there was no path, still the US or humanity achieved it. Isn't that a proof that you don't necessarily need a path, especially in such a complex situation like climate change right now, which is so pressing from every angle, not just CO2 or biodiversity?
No, I think that actually, that example, there was a path actually, and the path was that the federal government was going to pay tons and tons of money to our biggest corporations to build stuff, and it was all going to be coordinated by this federal government agency, NASA. And because it was such an exciting project, they attracted the most talented people to that project. And so there was absolutely a path. And we were, so I think there's a few great books about how that moonshot was actually achieved. And I think that, I think I could probably go on for too long about other examples where there wasn't a path and it just falls apart. So I think, with climate, it's like, we just think that if people want it enough, and if enough people get into the streets, that then it will happen somehow. Those are requirements, but how are we going to convert those 5 billion machines that need to be converted?
Christopher, do you want to add on this?
Perhaps just in terms of amending or supplementing what you've been saying, Zach. Let me try to approach the subject from a different angle, and that is, why do we need leadership? Why do we need political will? The answer, quite, put in that proverbial nutshell, is we have a huge paradox out there. The situation in which we are today, historically speaking, is the best ever for the majority of people, or for the largest number of people ever. The world in which we live right now is so much better in so many ways than it has ever been before. By so many standards, we live a life that has more comfort and security than the French Sun King in the 16th and 17th century. Clean water, fewer infections, life expectancy, you name it. What is it that has brought us here? It is democracy, political institutions, the institutions that we've been talking about, and it is an economy that usually we label with a capitalist system. This overall conglomerate of institutions has brought us here, and our life is pretty sweet. So why would we change? And here comes the paradoxon, because the external cost of the system that has brought us here is much, much higher than we used to think. And that is, of course, the impact and the price that the environment, a few times, to save humanity has been mentioned. May I kindly remind all of us that for many species, it's too late already. It's not just about humanity. It really is about the planet. So we need to change. How do you get into a change mode? And it is here that I disagree with Jan. Of course, you want to engage with party politics in the logic of the system that has brought us here. But Greenpeace, 50 years of age. The Club of Rome is now 50 years, has come to 50 years of age. And look where we have gotten in terms of the system we live in. We're still optimizing the system that we have. We're now building, and this is perhaps the most ridiculous angle, we're building huge Teslas in Germany that are huge and heavy. And the batteries are not, very good for our environment, but we're still building these huge cars. And that tells me that the system in itself may need amendments. So that's where leadership and political vision, I'm not saying we need a John F. Kennedy, but then again, why not someone who tells us we need to change at an individual level? I don't see that we can go on the way we pursue and we proceed and still save the planet. I really do believe, I'm fully convinced, and it pains me to say it, but we need to change at the very individual level. And the best way of getting there, quite frankly, as far as I'm concerned, is not the nitty-picky of party politics. Look at the Grand Coalition in Germany. Look at party politics in Switzerland. They're all well-meaning individuals, but we don't quite get somewhere in terms of that change mode that we need to get into. And I'm not calling for a revolution. It needs to be incremental, but leadership helps. And I would like for politicians to start leading again rather than being led by public opinion. Public opinion, quite frankly, and this is perhaps the, one of the fundamental flaws of the open society. Our mode of doing politics is about discourse and then compromise, negotiations, compromise. I'm not so sure whether discourse and compromise will actually lead to a point where all of us agree on what needs to be done. This state in which we live in is only 350 years old. Thomas Hobbes. This state has the capacity to coerce. We are unlearning that the state sometimes needs to coerce us into change. And I'm afraid that perhaps things need to get worse before they can get better, because I'm afraid that some of us don't want to change, and so they may have to be coerced into change. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, we have the next question from the audience. Thank you both.
It's more of a statement and then a question, because I really feel like I have a strong opinion on this leadership topic. So I think, you said it before, when people think of who is the leader or public person when it comes to tackling the climate crisis, people think of Greta Thunberg, and she is not a leader. She's not telling anyone what to do, right? She's just inspiring people to take their own action. And I don't know, so on one hand, when I listen to you talk that in Switzerland with this Konkordanzdemokratie and there being so many veto players, you cannot get to any change at all, then part of me agrees, because I guess you weren't here before, but I introduced the climate action plan of Climate Strike Switzerland before, and in its preamble it says, Swiss institutional politics has failed to deliver a solution to the climate crisis. That's literally what the plan opens with. So I guess many people feel the same. But at the same time, I don't know, I feel like the fact that this plan, for example, was written by about 50 people together on their free time really shows how much we can be our own leaders and how much we can also transform society. And I think it's so, and maybe it's because also I'm coming from a movement which is based on these really flat hierarchies and open, inclusive environment. I really believe in the power of the people, and I would recommend that all of you, I think right now the most dangerous thing that can happen is if we stay like in our own bubbles and don't pass on these thoughts to other people, because yes, politicians are public followers and they will follow the public opinion. They have done so in Switzerland. If you look, for example, at the Swiss FDP with their return in climate politics. And I can only recommend to all of you that you should do things like write leserbriefe in regional newspapers where your parents are from on the countryside, and really go talk to people who might not agree with you, and make use of the fact that leadership in this country, or maybe in many countries, doesn't work in a one-man leads way. No, make use of the fact and do change the public opinion. Go have conversations so that politicians will follow that public opinion, so that the political will is created. And I think the past few years have shown that it is possible, and it is frustratingly slow and probably not fast enough. But what other option do we have? So that's the first thing. Also, do check out the climate action plan. I'm just going to plug it again. And the second thing is a question for the two FDP politicians, because I guess with the Ampel coalition coming and all that, and we've been talking about the international, who's taking global leadership. What do you think about the new German government's role in tackling international climate finance? The EU, for example, is taking a pioneering role with the green taxonomy, and also in Switzerland, the SIF-Staatssekretariat für internationale Finanzfragen is really pushing towards a global standardized carbon pricing system. So what role is Germany going to play moving forward in the international financial market, regulating it and creating standards for transparency and carbon budgeting?
Thanks a lot for the question. And Jan, before I hand over to you, I would just say a few words, because I see it actually in Berlin at the moment right now happening. You mentioned the moon landing. The moon landing, it was kind of a topic of national pride. Also, the competition between the systems, capitalist Western system, the communist system in the Soviet Union, who can get there first. You had a target, and that target was, we want to show that our system works better. I think one thing the new German coalition could, and in my opinion should do, is reigniting some kind of pride in the people to say, even if we are only 1% of the people on Earth, we are a small country, both in terms of size and in terms of population, we still have an impact that is much bigger. It's much bigger because we have 2% of CO2 emissions instead of 1% of population, but it's even bigger if it comes to technology we export in all parts of the world. And if you are talking about the machines we have that are responsible for that situation, many of these are from Germany. So I think what a new coalition, however it will look like, and the Ampel coalition, so Social Democrats, Liberals and Greens are currently the most likely version, needs to do is reignite that certain pride to be the country who can do it, who does not look at what other countries do, but who decides that there is a pressing topic for the whole world, and even if others don't follow, it's in our own best interest to make these decisions and also to reach net zero. That's the one part. The second part is, and that's experience and a lot of frustration I have as a German citizen, Germany has never had a problem in setting ambitious targets. It has always a problem reaching them. And for too long time, politics always said, we make an ambitious target and then job is done. And in one way, the Paris Agreement is also a danger here. Because the Paris Agreement, and you already mentioned it with Greta Thunberg, and it's completely right, it doesn't give us really a way we need to follow. It gives us the liberty to decide it on our own. It gives us a liberty to say, we are starting now, and also, which would be stupid, but it would give this liberty to say, we don't change nothing at all until 2035, but then we are doing it really. That's the problem with it. Of course, we have a framework in which we are operating, and many people say, this framework is enough. They're confident saying it's good to have net zero by 2040, but the avenue there is absolutely not discussed. And whatever the next German government look like, or the Swiss government, or the American government, I don't want to talk that much about targets. I want to talk more about how to get there. And just one example that really frustrated me from a very rural constituency. We have a lot of potential for wind energy, for solar energy. Every wind turbine you build, you have a citizens' initiative working against it. Every solar panel you install, not on your roof, which belongs to you, of course, but on a field where you say, I buy a field from a farmer that he cannot really use, and I make a solar plant there. You have a really long time until you actually can do something. I met someone who said he could produce electrical energy from solar for 2 cents per kilowatt hours. In Germany, we are talking about 31 cents, a lot of it of taxes, of course. But for 2 cents in the production, he could produce solar power. He would invest immediately in new solar plants. But he cannot do because the regulatory things are so complicated that it takes him 8 years from the idea, from the financing, that's done in 1 month, to the actual building the thing and also getting it to the grid. And that's my opinion, what policymakers need to keep in mind. I always say at Bild-Zeitung or here in Switzerland at Blick, it's very easy to say we are out of coal by 2038. That's one headline on the front page. But telling people how to get there, that's complicated, that's nasty, and that's standing somewhere at the bottom of page 3, and we have to make this attractive again. And I'm pretty sure, as I know that he really is good with environmental politics, that Jan can add on this.
Yeah, absolutely, Valentin. Thank you very much for the very good points you made. I think, as to your question, I think one of the problems we're dealing is that climate change doesn't affect us. I don't feel climate change. It's not something, I don't taste climate change. I don't smell climate change. It's not something that comes up in our daily lives. And that is precisely the problem, I think. Because what comes up in our lives every day is the effect of climate mitigation policies. When you're going to the gas station and gas prices are up. So that's a very big hurdle that you have in order to address the question, how do you get acceptability for effective climate change mitigation policies? And again, I think the best way to gain this acceptability is by betting on innovation and imposing policies that drive technological process, instead of saying, no, we're going to have to make a system change and just relying on behavioral changes on the individual level. I don't think that's the right path, to be honest, because individual action doesn't scale globally, and technology does scale globally. And we're already fighting to get acceptance for climate mitigation policies within Germany or within Europe. How shall we expect to have this kind of acceptance in other developed countries, like India, for instance, where this is just not an issue that is present in many regards. So as for your question, what can we expect from the next German traffic light coalition? But hopefully, I think what would be required is that climate change plays an increasingly important role in our foreign policy as well. We're moving out of coal earlier than anticipated. The initial draft statement where they put together coalition agreements, so-called Sondierungspapier, suggests that we're moving out of coal by 2030, which I think personally is a good thing, because coal is obviously not the energy source of the future. And what I would hope develops increasingly with the efforts to make climate change mitigation international effort is gearing towards the so-called climate club. There's this concept by a Nobel Prize winner, William Nordhaus, who said that we need to build a climate club that applies universal carbon price. And I think especially as we're seeing also in the Biden administration, that with John Kerry, it's becoming a matter of foreign policy as well. I think this is what the German government should aim at, imposing such a climate club that is in some way also possible to make itself immune to this waterbed effect, where carbon-intensive production processes are simply outsourced to other countries that don't have climate policies that are as stringent. And yeah, this is what I hope develops on the traffic light coalition, and I'm quite optimistic in that regard.
Thank you, Jan. And then I see we have a question in the second row, there with the light sweater here. Yep, right next to you. Or whatever you think. Agree on yourself.
All right, hello. Thank you for the very interesting discussion. I hear a lot of thoughts about leadership, a lot of mention of leadership. And this is very interesting to me because when I think about leadership, I want to talk about Europe, for example. Now, my dear friend here, she raised a very nice point about carbon pricing and about transparency. And Dr. Pushpam Kumar also mentioned about empathy towards Africa or India or other places that aren't as comfortable as we are. Now, Europe, when it started developing, it took its good time, a couple of decades of absolute reckless growth, and used every resources to dry up the earth and grow as fast and as best as they could. However, now when they are arguably very, very comfortable as the global north, very hypocritically, it is said to the global south that, you know what, it's time to get your shit together. And it's time to stop emitting. And if you're emitting, then we're going to put a carbon tax on you. There's going to be tariffs. There's going to be X, Y, Z. And yes, tariffs and carbon prices are a tool to bring down emissions, but to put them in the hands of the developing world. And let me give you an instance. For somebody who's been tracking the news, India just slipped on 101st rank when it comes to world hunger. This is a country with 1.4 billion people. So I'm just putting things in perspective when it comes to such governments that have to handle such a big mass with so many pressing problems like constant floods, hunger, X, Y, Z, poverty, power distance, and then to the local people who still depend on coal for their daily living, who are employed by big coal manufacturers by no fault of their own, are tomorrow told that we are not taking this because now the carbon tax on this X amount of coal is much higher. I see a big problem there. I see a big problem that then requires leadership from the global north, leadership of example as well as some kind of technological, since technology is scalable, technological investments into these places, capital investments. You can't turn back to a Brazil or an India or a Bangladesh tomorrow and say that please be sustainable or we don't take imports from you. There has to be some solution that has to be thought of through leadership from this side of the world. And are there any proposals or discussions on this?
Do you have someone specific in mind or
question.
general to the panel?
Very open.
Do you, Christopher?
Let me just try very briefly. First of all, I much appreciate what you just said. Second of all, I am not so sure whether Europe should go on being a model to everybody else in the world. I have just spent a sabbatical in Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan. And let me tell you, if there is one bit of good news from Central Asia, the West has left. And they're starting to hand over responsibility to the people who are there. And they're transforming from objects of history into subjects of history. Now, yes, it is very much about capital, about investment, but that is a problem that can be solved because there is Turkey, Saudi Arabia, there is China, there is Russia. And I'm not saying that these are angels at all. All I'm saying is that I think that in Europe we might take a break from showing others how to do business. And I fully agree about hypocrisy and being so hypocritical in so many ways when it is about energy. So I'm fully with you, but I'm not sure whether Europe should actually... What I do think, and there I do agree fully with Jan, we need technology, of course. And that's what Europe, and that's where the United States and the Chinese Bay Area, Shenzhen, we do need technology and we need it fast. But we want to change the mode of policy diffusion and technology diffusion. We want to have others as subjects of their own energy policy rather than have some Western program imposing something that's just coming from above.
Thanks a lot, Christopher. I think time is already running out, but we have time for one last question, and I see you already have the mic, so stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the speakers here and across the globe. So we're in St. Gallen with many people from the university, dubbed the leaders of tomorrow many times in their studies. Question I would have for you, Christoph and Zach, very quickly is thinking a bit of actionable items and leaving this room in 5-10 minutes. What resources would you share respectively on leadership and maybe storytelling for you, Zach, and systems change for you, Christoph, and maybe also resources like books, websites, etc., that maybe oikos can also circulate afterwards? Thank you.
I'll answer that question and hit on the previous question too, and I guess this will touch on a bunch of topics, but I think that, in terms of leadership and showing the way, it's not just about individuals, it's not just about political parties. Because the world is organized into nations, it's also about nations leading the way. And so you asked, how, right now we are organized in terms of nations, and the nations are yelling at each other, and I completely agree with your criticism of Europe and the United States and other long industrialized countries and their stance towards the global south. It's totally inexcusable. And by the way, the per capita emissions in India are half of what they are in Switzerland and 1/8 of what they are in the United States. So we definitely should not be yelling at India. So can a nation lead? And I think the answer is yes. If you look at the history of how we've gone through this incredible transformation over the last couple hundred years as a species, whether you like it or not, whether you like the different developments that have happened, and I like some of them and I hate others of them, they're, one after another, nations followed each other's lead in terms of building these huge industries. And I don't actually see it as capitalism versus socialism or communism, because the big change happened across all the different political systems, which was building industries that were machines that ran on fossil fuels and transformed every single aspect of our lives and our societies, changed everything, right? And that didn't just it wasn't like one country figured that out and then another figured it out. It wasn't like some individuals in this country were like, we would love to have a consumer society, let's have one. No, this was a process, right? That there were institutions, governments, political parties, agendas, philosophies, economic schools of thought, and it actually went from country to country. And you can see once one country figured out one piece of the puzzle, the ones right around it would figure it out, and then before you knew it, a whole bunch of other countries had figured it out. And I love this history. Of course, we can't go into it. We're having my colleague Corbin Trent and I are having a session tomorrow. We'll talk about some of this tomorrow. So now I agree with Christoph. We need an entirely new kind of transformation this time. So wouldn't it be amazing if some country, I think this is how it will happen. I can't see any other path to it happening other than this, that some country will take it really seriously. Maybe it will be Germany with this new coalition, or maybe it will be Switzerland with the plan that you worked on, which I really want to learn more about. And imagine if a country just threw themselves into this transformation and just did everything they possibly could and changed the individual behavior, but also changed the infrastructure and the industries. And then other countries would see there's a way to do this. Now, if that transformation makes everybody miserable, if it's like everybody's suffering, then it probably won't catch on. But everything I've learned about the transformation we need to make, there's no reason we can't do it in a way that makes all of our lives better. The only people whose lives won't get better are like the biggest shareholders in the fossil fuel industry, you know? But even the CEOs of the fossil fuel companies, their lives can get better because we need them to do a whole bunch of stuff that only they know how to do. In America, we have 2.5 million abandoned or leaky oil wells that need to be plugged. I couldn't believe that number when I heard it. So there's a whole bunch of oil guys that are going to get paid to do that work, right? They're going to make lots of money. They'll be happy. So why not Switzerland? Why not Germany? Why not any of the countries that you're from? I would love for us to do this in the United States. That's why I worked on the Green New Deal with some politicians there. So who knows? It could start here with you. Maybe you just need to run for office, you know, or start a party.
It could start here. Maybe it already has started here today. Thanks a lot, you two, but also our virtual guests for tuning in today, for bringing your point of view to this panel. I, for myself, can say that this was really a great Saturday so far. Many different opinions, many very intelligent questions asked. I, for myself, can say very big thank you also for inviting me here today. With this, we are done with the panel part of today's Oikos conference, but we are not done with Oikos conference in general, not only because it goes on tomorrow, but also because there is still something going on, the lab later in the afternoon. And that's, as an ex-student, my question that I have to you, what I ask you to do, I saw tomorrow starts at 11 a.m. That's not too early, so I assume there will be some kind of party tonight. Use that, enjoy it. Thanks for being here with us today, and keep working on the climate. I thank you for your attention today.
Thanks very much.